And knowing is half the battle.
Let's see, why isn't it fading properly there? Why? I don't know. How's it going there, chat room? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be where you are out there.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It is so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is, what day is today? Today is December 15th, 2020. We're going to write a little bit of code today. I'm struggling a little bit here. I'm trying to get my audio levels all leveled out and balanced and things, and make sure that I can hear myself well. There we go. I think that's a little bit better. How's it going there, chat room? How are you doing today? Let's take a look. Shy Sharp is here. Hello. Charles, hey, how's it going? Good morning to you. Hop in the cloud. Boom Boom. It's going well. How's it going? Jaxifer, hop in the cloud with a big hello there at the end. My goodness. We're supposed to get a ton of snow tomorrow, just in time for Christmas. We're supposed to get more than a foot of snow. That's what, like 25 centimeters, almost 30 centimeters for those of you on the metric system. Yeah, it's going to be a mess with snow here tomorrow. And the kids don't have a snow day to look forward to because virtual school. They're all at home anyway. Oh well. So that'll be a thing. That'll be a thing tomorrow that they're looking forward to, not looking forward to. Hey, on Thursday this week, I'm participating in the Tech Fest, the Festival of Technology. I forget what they're calling it. And we're going to be doing a stream on Thursday where we're going to be using Blazor with a Raspberry Pi, attaching that Raspberry Pi to a touch screen, hooking it up to my home Synology server, and building a little home appliance, a little home computing appliance out of that. We're going to be doing that live here on stream for our normal 4-hour stream together, 9 a.m. Eastern, 1300 UTC, 6 a.m. on the West Coast, and we'll be doing that as part of it's the Tech Festival of Tech. I haven't seen any links announcing this yet, but we'll be doing our normal stream here, but we're going to shift slightly and bring in a little bit of hardware. Who knew? Hardware? Me? Hardware? Yes. We'll be doing a little bit with the Raspberry Pi on Thursday. Today I want to talk about, I've been going through and building information about a privacy policy for KlipTok, how to opt in, how to opt out, and how to start indexing clips for the service. And I want to go through and build some of that. It's basic data storage that we're talking about as far as opting in, opting out, and declaring a privacy policy and enforcing the GDPR right to forget. Hey, I want you to forget everything about me. Well, right to forget is kind of a misnomer, because not only do I have to forget all of your information, I need to store a record that says you wanted to be forgotten at this date and time, so that going forward, I don't bring in your information again. So there's a little bit of that. Festive Tech Calendar. Is that what it's called? I think that's it. That might be it. So for some of that GDPR information, I do need to at least store a key, an ID of who you were that said, hey, forget me. I don't want you to know who I am anymore. I don't want you to track my information. Well, I need to remember and store that you requested that and when you requested that. So I'm putting together a little bit of that information. And that's going to be the bedrock, right? And that's just standard CRUD data. That's create, read, update, delete data. Just those records of opting in, opting out. Should I index your information? Should I forget your information? Well, that's just a delete of all your information and storing a record that says we're going to forget who Fritz is or whoever. And then I can go and build the indexing system. I can go and build the let's go fetch and go get some more videos system. So that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, that's a Diva hat. That's right. I thought I had a Diva quote on pop up when you executed the hat command there. Let me run over to Fauna and let's get some data loaded for that. I'm going to get some music to code by playing here in the background. Today I'm going to play Green. This is Green from Music to Code by our friend, Mr. Carl Franklin. This is music that's scientifically designed. It's engineered to get you in the flow. There you go. Take a picture.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
To see? It'll get you in the groove so that whatever task it is you're working on, you can focus on and just get stuff done. Check it out, mtcb.pwop.com, where you can execute the music command in the chat room and get your copy today. I'm really struggling with getting my level set right here. I really am. Let me click through here. This is my database right here of hats. I should go over and actually show you what I'm working on, shouldn't I? I can do that. Oh, Zanasis. Oh, you cannot be more wrong. And let me see. Let me queue up a couple questions here, but I want to get I don't have the Overwatch Diva hat logged here. Let me log that. Get a record into the database here. So I use FaunaDB to store the records of the various hats that are in the database here. So the hat is Overwatch Diva. The name is Overwatch. It's D.VA is the way that it's, right, the way they place it. Description, features the Overwatch character Diva's logo. Fritz prefers playing as Diva in a tank role when he joins Overwatch matches. There we go. I don't know the acquired date. I think it was sometime last year. I'm going to guess May 2019. And I'll save that record. There were 2 spaces before Fritz. Yeah, I put 2 spaces after a period. That's right. Yeah. So now next time we run the hat command, it should pop up and tell you. Boom Boom asks a question here on the topic of the right to forget. Can you really forget someone if you have to remember who they are and when they wanted to be forgotten? So I'm going to store a record that is your Twitch channel ID. I'm not actually going to store Boom Boom. I'm going to store, there's a numeric primary key that Twitch keeps that is your unique ID on their system. So I won't be able to directly say, oh, look, Boom Boom said, get off my system. It'll just be a series of numbers, and I would have to do a secondary query to go get that data. No, I didn't turn this into a Diva stream at all. No. So the idea here is to keep that record so that if somebody challenges and says, hey, you didn't forget me, I have that record that says, this is when. You asked to be removed from our systems. I need to store that information in order to enforce that going forward. So, hey there, Ancient Coder. Good to see you. Zynasis has a comment here about Blazor. Blazor is just Microsoft Cold Fusion. Oh, come on now. No. Not at all. Blazor is not... Cold Fusion... Okay. Cold Fusion is a web framework from decades ago that has been long since forgotten and deprecated and no longer supported. Blazor, and Cold Fusion generated HTML on the server on special Cold Fusion servers. Blazor is an open source technology that runs on HTML5 standard technology. So every browser can use it. You don't even need a web server to run it. So that's a pretty good trade-off. That's actually a heck of a lot better than a lot of other technologies we could be talking about. One might say it's even better than PHP because it needs to be compiled. You can't inject code into it for it to execute. So that's actually not bad. And the complete source code is available, so if we wanted to learn more about it, if we wanted to change it, enhance it, and make it better, no, it is not. And why are you using the $sign referencing Microsoft? It's open source. It's being given away for free. There is no money making there on Blazor. None. You can use this completely free on any operating system. Your choice. I have heard people say that it's the next version of Silverlight, and there are folks actually who are building Silverlight for WebAssembly, and there's projects like OpenSilver that do that. But Blazor is, if I were to compare Blazor to something, Blazor is something akin, I would even go as far as to say it's almost Ruby on Rails for WebAssembly. That's about as far as I would go. So, yes, Microsoft has come a long way. And since the 90s, quite literally, and this is free information that's available out there, Microsoft is a top-line sponsor of the Linux Foundation and the JavaScript Foundations, contributing more than $1 million a year to both organizations. So they're literally putting their money where their mouth is. So definitely something to be said about not just supporting open source, not just helping folks be successful with it and provide great developer tools for it, but paying the open source developers to do that work. That's something pretty special that can't be said of many other software companies. So, oh, good, Fadega. It's hard to get tone through chat. I appreciate that. Okay. We have had some folks who do drop in and they want to get aggressive about some of those topics, and it's something that is important to me that we set straight, because, like I said, a lot of things have changed, and it's a lot of hard work to ensure and show folks that we want everybody to be successful. I prefer using Blazor. I prefer these things. Yeah, Lycan makes a good point there. It's okay to troll. Make sure you drop a kappa in there so that we can pick up the tone. That's all. Well played. Not a problem, Fadega. Thank you so much. Appreciate the conversation. So, Blazor is kind of cool. It is. It's. I want to see more organizations pick up and support, so that it's not just Microsoft carrying the ball for this, right? I'd like to see more folks become involved with it. The performance has improved significantly over the last 6 months for a technology that went RTM in May 2020. It's grown, it's improved significantly, and it's only going to get better. So I'm excited about that. Comparing Windows 95 to Ubuntu, that's a problem. Yeah, Zeb, that's a good point. Let's pause, and Zeb's got a point here. People support technology as though it's their favorite sports team, their favorite football team, their favorite side in whatever athletic pursuit, right? It's great to have favorites. Fanaticism and not looking at things with an open mind and considering that things grow and change, right? The only constant in technology is change. Being a little fanatical about some things isn't going to help you be productive long term. You're gonna miss the boat. Somebody over there on the other side of the industry might do something really cool, and you aren't even going to consider it because you don't like the language they're using. You don't like the company they support. You don't like their politics. You might miss something that's important. So, I'll queue up Silent Thunder's question there. Yeah, the only constant in life is change also. And let me queue up Paul Blart Maldcop's question here. Silent Thunders has a question here. What do I think of the future of C# apps? I think it's very bright. I think when we talk about C# and .NET applications going forward, there is a very strong commitment from the .NET Foundation to help grow the ecosystem. There's a strong commitment from Microsoft in paying for the development of the C# programming language. I think it's very bright being able to use C# to build applications that run anywhere. I think the commitments, the things that Microsoft is talking about adding for .NET 6, so that we can build applications with .NET that work on Windows, Mac, iOS, and Android. The promise of the .NET MAUI user interface architecture is very bright and is going to hopefully turn the tide and folks really consider C# as a first class, as a first choice language when deciding, hey, I want to build an application that runs on many different platforms. There's a bit of a perception problem still in the industry that C# and .NET is Windows first and Windows only. and that's been changing over the last 5 years, and we're going to take a big step to completely dispelling that with the upcoming features in .NET 6 and, dare I say, .NET 7 after that. And we'll see more from the .NET team over the next year. Erhan, greetings to you in the Netherlands. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hello, hello. Let me see. Let me take a look here. Queue up just a couple questions. Because there's a couple of really good ones here that have come in. Wow, a couple good ones here. Hang on. I see your question there, Fadeka. Let me start with Paul Blart Maldcop here. I got 5 or 6 questions queued up here. What's the difference between ASP.NET Core hosted Blazor app and server side? So, let's put together... Do I want to put together a quick demo? I could. We can do... Let's do this. Let's call this Blazor hosted server demo. No, I shouldn't. No, let's do this in Visual Studio. Let me go back over to Visual Studio. Say new project. Because this can be a little bit confusing, and it's actually really easy to see this here. So I'm going to go into... I clicked on Blazor app. I clicked on Blazor app. All right. And what did I call that folder? This one. What? No. Whatever. Sure, we'll put it there. We'll call it this. Let's remove that directory. Right, it's remove item. Blazor hosted server demo. Cool. Let's call this the Blazor server. Yeah, I know. Create new solution, go. And it's going to prompt me. This I'm going to make a Blazor server app. Now, a Blazor server app takes all of your components, renders it on the server, and delivers just the changes.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
So if we run this application, hey System 1100, I'm going to queue up your message there. I have a queue of messages to go through and answer. So there we go, here comes the browser. So this is Blazor server. Blazor server, no, I keep telling you no on this. Blazor server does all of its interactions. It renders all of the components, right? Blazor is a component-based user interface framework. And it renders all of the components on the server, and it creates a WebSocket connection, or it'll step down to other technologies if WebSockets aren't available, including long polling, forever frame, other technologies, so that it can get this constant connection. And you'll see it sends messages back and forth because it's rendering and repainting just that part of the screen. So that's Blazor server. All of your components are being rendered and managed on the server. Versus the other side of the question is if you have Blazor hosted on ASP.NET Core, right? So I'll call this hosted Blazor. This is Blazor WebAssembly, and it's ASP.NET Core hosted. What this means is your Blazor application is WebAssembly. Why did it open Task Runner Explorer? Dear Lord, go away. Right, this will render WebAssembly here. What's inside, I'm sorry, it's these three, it generates these three projects. A shared project that has objects you're passing back and forth to the web server. The actual ASP.NET server.
Gene80 just resubscribed for 13 months.
Jean Valjean, how's it going there? Coder24601 to you. How's it going? Thank you so much, and we'll make another donation to Girls Who Code. 13 months. Oh my goodness. So this actually, when you look at the content here, this is just serving and providing a host for the HTML that your WebAssembly sits on top of. And here's the WebAssembly right here. You can see in, where is it? Use Blazor framework files. It makes those available to be presented. And it maps fallback to the file index.html, which is up here. And this is the WebAssembly app that is being presented, and it sits on top of the ASP.NET web server. I can still run APIs and things on the server and present this content. It also means I can do things like pre-render my content on the server as well. So that's something new that was just added as part of .NET 5. I'm not using that as part of this project that I'm working on, because this project I'm working on, I'm delivering as a static web application. I only want to serve the HTML, and I want to have all of our interactions with the server go through an Azure function, so I don't have to worry about deploying and managing servers. It's just an HTML file that's referencing a bunch of DLLs. So, I've got a bunch more questions here. Let me jump down to System 1100's question here. Is it server-side rendered by default? No. So Blazor, just like Angular Universal, has the ability for you to render content on the server, so that you have that statically rendered content, that HTML you're going to serve immediately, so that it doesn't have to be parsed. It doesn't need JavaScript to be rendered. I said JavaScript. What it will do is you can serve all of the binaries down, and it'll render those and wait for those to start in the browser. Or, hey, why didn't the alert, the attention run there? We should have gotten some horses on that. Where was I? So it'll deliver all of the binaries, and it'll, just like with JavaScript, open and render in the browser. Or you can render on the server, your choice, just like you can with Angular Universal. Render on the server and deliver just those changes to the HTML. That way you have flexibility in whether you want to ship all of your business logic down to the browser, and also take up a lot of bandwidth delivering all that content, or run it all on the server in a secure environment that you control and deliver just those changes to the user interface. So it's about flexibility, it's about choice, and how you want to deliver and make your application work. Which leads to a question that Zebcode has here. Can Blazor WebAssembly and server-side be used together? Haven't seen anybody try it yet. This concept of a hybrid application has been conjectured, but nobody's really driven towards it and said, I need to do that. I need this. When folks choose one or the other, they end up fitting into it and going, oh yeah, I don't really need the other one. So that's not something that's been a significant question yet. What mischief? What mischief? How's it going there, Svava? Good to see you. Hello, hello. Well, let me tell you. Right? Am I getting... No, why isn't that playing? We should have heard that. I did do an update here for... I did do an update to OBS. Still no. Am I not getting any of these? No. None of my sound effects are running. It looks like it's running, but I'm not hearing it. It probably went out to you. No, it didn't. Go ahead. Now, it shouldn't have allowed you to do that twice in a row like that.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
But that was the attention sound effect. That should have...
And then?
Yeah, I don't know why... It sure looks like it's playing the sound effect, but I'm not hearing it. Oh, wait a sec. Is it not... Did it change... One second. Did it change my monitoring device that it should be outputting to? I bet it did. I bet it did. I bet. It did. It did. Okay, really? I'm supposed to be able to hear that.
And then?
Finally. Now we got it. All right. Sounds like a stapler? No, we got it. We got it. Much better. Okay. Lots of questions coming through here. Okay. And
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
yeah, there's supposed to be a timeout on that hat that it's not hitting so frequently. I mean, we've hit it 4 times in the last minute. 2 minutes. Anyways. System 1100 asks, how's global and local state management in Blazor? What do you... State management with Blazor is a little bit tricky. Because you have, right, when you think about a single page application, you have the management of the state in the browser, which there are plugins. You can store that state persist that state between browser sessions into browser local storage. However, it will keep things in memory until you hit refresh, just like a JavaScript-based app, like Angular, Vue, React. If you hit refresh, it all goes away. Global state, you would push that back to a server so that everybody has access to that, and that's very doable. But the other question is Blazor as easy to use as React or Vue? There's significantly better tools for Blazor, because JavaScript is notoriously hard to build tools for. Blazor, because it's built with a statically typed language and has a set of tools that have been built at the same time around it, is going to make you more productive more quickly, because it's been built with some of these scaffolding and other tools around it. Yes, state management is built into things with .NET 5.
Subs just resubscribed
J-Subs.
for 2 months.
Thank you so much for that. Oh, I appreciate that. And we'll make a donation to Girls Who Code. Thank you so much for that. Do I know of any decent workflow engines written in .NET? There was a workflow engine that I was working with about a year and a half ago from a group in Eastern Europe. I forget the name of it now. It was a really neat workflow engine. I don't remember it. I don't remember the name of it. There's a link to it on my YouTube. Take a look on my YouTube channel and there's a link to it. That's written in C#. It's not open source, but it was pretty cool. I enjoyed the time I spent working with it. Slateboard asks, so is Blazor beginner friend? So Blazor is beginner friendly. Define beginner friendly. When we talk about a framework, a single page application framework, there are so many concerns that you need to learn because you have to build. Jeff Blankenberg is here. Oh my goodness. Good morning, my friend. When we talk about a single page application framework, there's so many concerns that you need to learn, not just whatever the rendering language is, typically JavaScript, but you also need to learn HTML, CSS. There's a whole bunch of things that go around that you need to learn as well. Managing state, interacting with database, how you connect and query other services. So it quickly becomes very complicated. So I wouldn't say that any type of single page application framework, including Blazor, is beginner friendly in the least. None of them are beginner friendly. There are tools and features in Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio 2019, Visual Studio for Mac, that will help you find success. Workflow Engine IO might have been it. I don't think that was it, but it takes time to build up and have a good grasp on what all of these things are around Blazor as a user interface framework, and Angular, Vue, and React as frameworks as well. React, I would say, is probably the least beginner friendly, only because you start to mix these metaphors very quickly between HTML and JavaScript in those JSX pages, and it becomes it almost tricks you into writing bad HTML because you're outputting and building attributes and tags with JavaScript using non-standard tag metaphors. So it almost tricks you into writing code badly. So I'd be careful with that. Boom Boom says here, one thing that Boom Boom really likes about Blazor is that you can take your legacy applications, legacy.NET applications, convert views to Blazor one at a time. Doing that from the data access layer side is much more involved, so it's a really good opportunity to take on an upgrade from the front end where your users will notice it more. Yes. Whenever you have to migrate, when you have to upgrade an application from one framework to the next, there's always going to be a question from the folks that are paying the bills, the folks that are managing the project, about seeing value being delivered, right? It's kind of like when you're remodeling a house, you're remodeling a building. Folks see the workers around the building all the time, and they're making changes and things, but when they see after a week or two that there's new windows in part of the building, in part of the house, right? And they see, hey, there's cool new marble flooring that was put in over the weekend while we weren't working, while we weren't here, right? And they slowly see those changes. They become more accepting of the work that's being done because they see parts being completed that they can use. If we can do that with our applications, like Boom Boom is suggesting here, so that there are modifications that are being done that are visible on the user experience, the user interface side. The changes that you're making in the database, in the business logic, are going to be much more accepted because they're seeing these enhancements being delivered. The only exception that I would draw around that is if you're making enhancements to performance. If you're making an enhancement that's going to reflect and improve performance a week or two later, right? Maybe it's months later. Performance is a feature that can be underappreciated. But some folks will tell you performance is feature number one. And if your application is slow, nobody will use it. And the folks at Google kind of confirm that when they tell you that their search engine will right, it'll downrank pages that take a long time to return. So, static websites does take projects from your GitHub, yes. Not a problem, Fadeka. The links in chat get handled properly. It's okay. And if people do post full links, the bot will tell us what that is a link to. You've only got experience with a Discord bot in C#, so you've been trying to push your limits, Slateboard? Terrific. We've all got to start somewhere. And right, learn the things that make you happy, get you excited. That's why I really admire our friend Jeff Blankenberg here is taking some time, and he's teaching how to build apps for Amazon Alexa by building games like a little casino. He built a service that'll look up Star Wars facts for you. That's really cool. That's something that me as a science fiction fan, as somebody who likes to play casino games like blackjack and poker, that's something I can get my arms around and I can enjoy. And to see those samples, to walk through them, that's something that I'm going to have fun with. And maybe it's not in my favorite technology, but I can learn along the way. So I want to encourage that. I think that's great when we can learn doing something fun like that. And that's a little bit what I'm hoping to do here. You got sponged!
You got sponged just gifted 1 subs.
Thank you so much for that gift sub into the channel, and we're going to make a donation to Girls Who Code Meta Tensor. Congratulations, you got that gift sub. Thank you so much. Transition is smooth, a lot of support, a lot of documentation. I think that says something about the .NET ecosystem being led by one organization. So, Eggsy!
Exegete46 just resubscribed for 4 months.
Thank you so much for that resub. And another donation to Girls Who Code. I need to make that donation in the next day or two here. Really appreciate that. I'm going to go to... Zebcode had a question from a little bit ago. Let me back up to this one. It would be very cool if the Monaco editor was used with ClearScript. I'm not familiar with ClearScript. TypeScript, of course, JavaScript, CoffeeScript. I'm familiar with those. I'm not familiar with ClearScript. The Monaco editor that Zebcode is referring to here is the HTML and JavaScript based editor that is the facade, the front end of Visual Studio Code. You'll see that also being used as part of GitHub code spaces. That's the Monaco editor. That's the code name for that editor. Free and open for anybody to download that, and you can put that on top of whatever application you would like. And the idea being you can drop extensions in there, language server, right? A language server model that it will connect to and allow you to basically edit any programming language with the Monaco editor. As long as you have a JavaScript connection to that language server, you can do all of your syntax highlighting, IntelliSense, and potentially even compiling by reaching back to that language server. Oh my goodness, Johan!
Jahab just resubscribed for 30 months.
Thank you so much. 30 months and another donation to Girls Who Code. We need a snappy line like feed those kiddos, but for Girls Who Code. They've been doing some really great things. In fact, they sent me a message because we've been making donations to them. They sent me a message that Jack Dorsey from Twitter and Square, recently his foundation made a significant several $1 million donation to Girls Who Code. Why didn't it find the hat that time? I was square up and everything. It should have gotten that. Give it a minute and try it again. So love seeing the continued support for Girls Who Code. And there's a number of projects you're going to see. This is Computer Science Literacy Month, I think it is. And we're trying to help kids in schools learn more about software. So very happy to support technologies and groups that are trying to bring software. Why am I getting the Task Runner Explorer every time I do something? Another gift sub.
You Ugatspong just gifted 1 subs.
Thank you so much there. And another donation. We're going to make Offside L. Congratulations, you got a gift sub to the channel. Hey there, developer. Good to see you. Yeah. And emotes going around. Coding Bandit. Carrie!
Coding Bandit just resubscribed for 24 months. Why was the network administrator late to work?
Why?
There was lots of traffic congestion and even a collision.
Oh no.
Everything was backed up. He also has a hard drive.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there. That's very punny. Thank you.
Let me add some value.
Oh my goodness, Svava. Thank you so much for the cheers. Are we on a hype train? We are on a hype train. There's the Coding Bandit. How you doing there, Carrie? Thursday, Carrie, I'm doing some Raspberry Pi work here on the channel. Along with Blazor and the Synology. The hype train's engaged. Oh my gosh, we're already on level 3? If we're in a hype train, friends, you know what I gotta do. We gotta get into party mode here. Now, hang on. Get back here. Why didn't voice mod's misbehaving?
Party time. Party time. Yes, indeed. All right. How are you? Hype train for girls who code. Absolutely. Zebcode.
Zebcode just resubscribed for 6 months.
Thank you so much, Zebcode. And we're going to make another donation to go all through the hype train. All of this going to girls who code. Awesome. 3 minutes left on level 3. Let me set up the project for today. Screech Rat. Giggles, I'm not forgetting your message here. I'm going to cue that up so we can get to your question. Let me set up the project. No. Sunglasses mode. No. No. We don't want.
I'm Scott. I'm new here.
Okay, stealthy. Okay. Slateboard. Thank you for bringing your Prime subscription. And we're going to make another donation to girls who code. Oh, yeah. Look at this. Look at this. All the hype on to level 4. Are we on level 4? Is that the thing? Did we do the thing? Oh, yeah. Thursday, we're going to be taking a Raspberry Pi, wiring it up to a touchscreen. Oh, no. And Papyrus also. Oh, no. Raspberry Pi touchscreen.
Code with CM just resubscribed for 6 months.
6 months. Thank you so much. Yeah, 6 months already. Thank you, Sean. And another donation to girls who code. 3 minutes 45 left on level 4. Thank you so much, friends. So Raspberry Pi, touchscreen, Synology, and Blazor. We're going to build a little home IoT management device that hopefully I'll mount on the underside of the kitchen cabinets and be able to see all kinds of things going on with the IoT devices in the house, the weather, all of that stuff. Oh, you wanted Comic Sans, not Papyrus. What do you think this is? Fine, I will go to Comic Sans. Give me a little bit here, and we'll bring those in. And I'll change those settings when we're through with the hype train here. Raspberry Pi, touchscreen, and Blazor. Yeah. And I'm going to run all of my back-end services out of a Docker container running on my Synology device here in the house. So, Musical Fritz. Yes, that's me. Let me set up the project for today. And I do have this question from Fedega asking, are we free to contribute to the KlipTok repo? I'm sorry for this. I am keeping it private because I think there may be an upside in the future with this. As a social network website, I need to keep some of the content private, trying to maintain and prevent more security vectors from being visible. So I'm going to pass on this one. However, all the technology that we built and we use to make that is available in the Fritz Hat Collection repository. You'll be able to see that. Did I turn into Daft Punk? What? No. This is party time because we are in a hype train. 2 minutes 30 seconds left on level 4. Oh yes. Yes. All the coffee. Now I need a Daft Punk mask. Friday, I will be over on the Code It Live channel with our friends Sarah Fatz, Dee Dee Walsh, Alyssa Nykel. I'm going to be hosting a code party, and we're going to be raising money for the Red Nose Foundation, Red Nose Fund, and it's going to be a blast. There's sure to be hijinks, lots of good tech discussion. We have a number of guests joining us. I hope you tune in Friday about this time over on the Code It Live channel.
Let me add some value.
Oh my goodness. What do we got? What happened there? Gaududes, thank you so much for the cheer. Coding Bandit with 5 gift subs. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much.
Gifted 5 subs.
5 more donations we're going to make. Gerwin, TMG, Nick the first one, Big Ant Rod, Papa Payne, and the Chris Short. Congratulations. You just got gift subs to the channel and 5 more donations to Girls Who Code. And we just ticked over to level 5. Come on, reset. There it goes. Oh yeah. Level 5 of the hype train. Let's go. It's a season of giving. I'm happy to pay this forward to Girls Who Code and helping them with their effort to help kids, to help young ladies discover some of the magic that we see in technology. So looking forward to that. Big Ant Rod asks, I still have your question here. The giggles, I haven't forgotten. We're going to come back to that. Regarding my Synology, what Synology device will I be using? It's a Synology 420. It's a little 4-drive server, but it'll run Docker. It'll run a bunch of other services on it, and we'll be using that on the next. Please start reciting Bohemian Rhapsody. I see a little silhouette of a man, Scaramouche, Scaramouche, would you do the fandango? 7 bolts of lightning, very, very frightening, indeed. No, I shouldn't. Don't do that, that's a bad idea. Let's talk about, we're gonna do today's project. We're gonna do privacy, opt-out,
Let me add some value.
and Pulowski with another 100 bits. Thank you so much. Another donation to Girls Who Code. Oh yes. That hat command should work now. Right? Hat. Here we go. We got this.
Now we know.
See?
And
There it
knowing is half the battle.
Privacy opt-out, right to be forgotten. Here it comes. To do store privacy preferences. To do allow the right to be forgotten feature. Right, that's, hey, I don't want you to know anything about me, but we also need to store a record that says you triggered this feature. I forgot to put the keyword add. There they are. Allow users to add clips to the website. Begin the background indexing service. I don't know if we'll get to that one, but that's going to be important to get to. 47% to the completing level 5. Oh my goodness. And there's Fritz breaking into Rhapsody. Nice. Thank you. Let's see, what do we got here? I need to stop, I'm going to be out of coffee. Giggles!
The Giggles just gifted 5 subs.
There we go. That's the hype train. That is so awesome. Thank you so much. And we'll make 5 more donations to Girls Who Code. Congratulations, Spy 6000, Sector 2350, Confession, Evalardes, and Dark Repulsor. You got gift subs from our friend The Giggles. Much appreciate. And 25 emotes to folks in chat. There's only 5 levels. That's it. We hit the end of the hype train. Oh, yes. Yes. There it goes. Finishing off. Hype train success.
Oh my.
Oh yeah. Let's see those hype emotes.
Now we
There
know.
we go.
And knowing is half the battle.
And you know that. Of course. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much.
That's always fun to do. I really appreciate the hype train and everything that we're going to be able to pay forward to Girls Who Code. Let me get that music playing again here in the background. There we go. So this is where I want to go today with building and kind of enforcing some privacy information. There were some folks, and I will turn on the fonts in light mode here in just a second. I just want to describe for a second, answer the Giggles question, and we'll move into writing our code. There was some question about another website that was rebroadcasting some other Twitch channels without folks' knowledge, and the challenge is, as a service, if folks want to be able to add content to it, I don't have a way to contact you as a broadcaster to say, hey, can we put your content up here? But what I can do is I can put an opt-out feature so that if you don't want your content on the website, you'll be able to click a link and say, take my content off of your website. There's nothing being set up or configured that will specifically target one group or another. It's going to be strictly a user-managed collection of content. Determining what channels to index and the like. The other thing I love the Bohemian Rhapsody clips, thank you. The other thing that I want to make sure about is the right to be forgotten. And at some point, I'm going to need to do some sort of moderation to allow comments to be deleted. I don't have that feature yet, but that's going to need to be done at some point when we think about the bigger picture of maintaining and moderating the service. So it's a bunch of features that need to be built, but to finish and get to somewhere where we can say this works, it's discoverable, and it's growing on its own. We're going to cross it with these privacy features that I think are important to have in place first before we go and deliver the ability to add additional content to the site. The Coding Carter asks, is there a project description? So here's what I've done. I can show you. I've built an about page on the website that we're building towards. So if I go to kliptok.com/about, there is an about page here. There it is, which right now is very, very light. But this is going to be built out with actually the content that I'm building right now. So this is all being built with Blazor as a static application, and my about page is becoming a little bit more rich in content. KlipTok, that first sentence is still here. KlipTok designed to make clips from Twitch much more discoverable. Site should make interacting with creators and viewers over clips an interesting and fun experience. I've included a link to my channel. It's being made available. I think I should probably also have some sort of a link to ask questions or pursue any interaction. You can contact Jeffrey via email with questions about the platform at, and I'll put, wait, let's do this. I'll just do an ahref equals mail to, which I know this is going to end up getting me harvested on how many other websites. I need double at there, jeffreyfritz.com. Really, what I should do is I should have a KlipTok email address for that, jeff@kliptok.com, but I don't have that service set up yet. So, yeah, Fritzbot, wrong answer. Need more hey.com emails. Be nice if I could get access to hey.com. Right, but that's all. You have to know somebody in order to get access to it. I want to answer the Giggles question here before I go in and change things up, get into sunglass mode in Comic Sans. The Giggles asks, I have a question about unit testing. I'm working on unit testing an API controller where there are 3 different dependency-injected services, but each service has their own CRUD operations. For proper unit testing, do I need to write out tests for each endpoint, or is there an easier, less repetitive way? I wouldn't call it proper unit testing. I would call it complete unit testing. You should have tests for each endpoint, each publicly accessible endpoint. You should have separate tests for. Fortunately, because you already are doing dependency injection, you'll be able to mock those out. So what I would suggest is that you create some sort of a base class for your unit tests that has pre-configured the let me queue up is that Baticali? I'm going to queue up your question there in a second. Set up a base class for your unit test fixtures so that you can have all of the mocking written in one place, so your tests really just reach in and call the same setup code each time to set up your class, and you can then test just that one method and be able to have a repeated setup and focus on the only differences you really have on testing each one of your APIs. That should help. Yeah, having a little bit of a common test case. You want to group those together a little bit. You can use in XUnit, you can use the theory tag to generate different data that you want to pass in and test with. That might not get you exactly what you're looking for. Oh my gosh, Q Macro!
Macro99 just gifted 5 subs.
5 subs into the channel. Q Macro is another member of the Live Coders team. Thank you so much. We're going to make 5 more donations to Girls Who Code. Mark 2067 is that beer up. Montecito, Rick, Florin 96, congratulations. You just got gift subs. Thanks to our friend Q Macro 99 and 25 other folks in chat just got emotes. Congratulations. Thank you so much for those gift subs. And we're going to pay that forward. Uh-oh. 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 Hang on. Do I have some ominous music here? I might have some ominous music. There's Q Macro. Hello, hello. There's I think I have some ominous music here. Do I? Hang on. And Fierce Kittens is here? The Fierce Kittens? You mean
There can be only one.
Fierce Kittens? Because no, you missed the party. We had the party. The party happened. We're now off and running and talking about, and actually we're going to go to sunglasses here in a second. Is it Batakali asks, what's the at in that mailing, that address there? So here's the thing. This is a Razor page. This is a Razor template, .razor. So Razor sees the @ sign as an indication that you're changing context from HTML to C#. So what I have to do here is escape it by putting 2 of them. It escapes it and will appropriately output just 1 in the HTML output. But we are, yes, Fierce Kittens, I've got to go and do the party. Another Microsoft MVP's in the room. I'm not an MVP. Who else is an MVP? Yes, we need to go to light mode. And I need to change the font size here. I need to go back to, what do you call the size that I typically have my fonts on here? FK, she likes to insult my age here. Where did it go? There's the sunglasses, because we're going to go to...
And then?
Yes, we're going to go to light mode. And we need to go to Comic Sans. I can't believe you people are doing this to me. Not light, I wanted blue. I will leave it on light today. And the font we wanted was Comic Sans. Comic Sans, there it is. Oh yes.
Oh my.
Let's do this. You know what? I can put up a timer here. I do have a timer that I can put up. Right? It was right there. It says done for now, but look, I've got a... Where'd it go? Go into my scripts. This is going to be not for the countdown. This one. For 15 minutes. There we go. 15 minutes on the clock. Oh my gosh. Alright, here we go. 15 minutes of light mode and Comic Sans. Thank you, Caparino and Stelzy. You love trolling me. This font isn't so terrible. Some of the other fonts we've had are bad. They're just awful. Nearly like 24 yesterday at the Visual Studio stream. What was it? That's right, I can't be an MVP. That's right. But I manage the MVPs, so that's another thing. Hey there, PC nerd. Going well. So let me say to do active, and we're going to do number 1, storing privacy preferences for the website. And this is something important because we don't want to be blindly using. Right, we want to control the interactions with clips that we're presenting on screen. So I have this concept of privacy settings. And you want Thanos? Are you kidding? All right. I can do that. That's an easy one. I can bring up Thanos. Here we go.
Oh yes. 5 minutes of the Mag Titan. Courtesy of the Welsh Cabagan. Oh yes. Here we go. I want to store all of your privacy opt-in, opt-out information, and I want to keep as little information about you as possible. So, did you opt in? Have you yourself opted in or opted out? And I probably want to put timestamps with this, indicating whether or not when these events happened. Yeah. So that I can report that in an audit log. You coming back 5 minutes, invisible programmer? Fine. Be that way. I'll make half of the rest everybody disappear like that. Nope. Folks are still here. Alright. Write some code. So, let me see here. Did my MVP-ness be deflated? No. Now I'm the chief MVP. I do all the things. I run the MVP summit. I'm the MC. I'm that guy. Okay. Let me add a date. I think I need a date stamp for this. Public, you get over here. Date time, and it's gonna be optional for the, opt-out date stamp, UTC. So I know to format it appropriately later when I present it on screen in your local code, your local time zone. You know, FK, I think, just double checking. Where'd it go? No. My settings, where'd it go? She does have access as a moderator to featured chat. I don't know if I should have told her that, but if she went to featured chat and logged in, she'd be putting messages on the screen like this one. Well, I make the JavaScript disappear by making Blazor. No. There is not a Jar Jar Binks voice mod. There's plenty of other cool ones, though. A couple of cyberpunk ones. Who dat? CLW! Hello, my friend. Good to see you. He's another member of the Live Coders. You saw it up there. How you doing? Alright. Imagine having a coworker who codes and this was their voice. Oh yes. I'm gonna add one more entry here. Public date time, and it is, I'm gonna add this as forgotten, date time, date stamp, UTC. So if you've triggered and said forget me, I will stamp the record and all of your content disappears. So, and I'm not storing any other information about you. This is what you've requested as the interaction with the website. No other information about you, right? If you say forget me, all the other records will get deleted and just this record will persist. Nope. Well, that's what'll happen to your data. You'll snap your fingers and all your data will go away. That's a good question, Alpha Gamer. Is there a way to unforget? Good question. I don't know. That's a really good question. Maybe, if you go and log back in, maybe we put a link that says, unforget me? Or you start interacting again? I would need to go and undo that. Let me come back, let me figure that out. That's the end of the Mad Titan.
Okay, and I'm still stuck for another 8 minutes in this. Let me come back to the idea of unforget, because I really think that's a forward-only direction. And I'm going to get the music playing again in the background here. This was Green we were listening to. So nice and groovy. Why not use daytime offset instead of daytime? Why use daytime offset? So, all right, right. So let me. So I have this model, and this is really a model of data that will be shared between my backend service and the front end service to be able to show this information. Thank you, the Welsh Cabogan. I'm going to acknowledge that redemption there. So let me take this content and now add the ability to store that. I have a project here that is the services, all the things that'll interact with services. in the cloud. Basically, it goes to UTC immediately. Represents a point in time typically expressed as a date and time of day relative to UTC. But if I'm storing a UTC date time, it's the same thing, right? You never store anything about a user. You one-way encrypt their telephone number mixed with the vendor ID. That's not bad. But I do need to store information about you so that I know who commented on clips, who liked clips, so that which clips you liked, so that I can generate in the future recommendations about what clips you'd be interested in. So the point that, and actually, let me show you this next. So I've showed you, here's the privacy settings. I wrote a privacy policy. Is our friend Svava still here? Because I had a very long conversation with her about privacy and trying to make sure we do something that's right by the viewers. So I wrote a little bit of this, and I haven't published this yet. KlipTok strives to store as little personal information as possible. The architecture of this application, there you go,
And knowing is
was
half the
designed to
battle.
work primarily in your browser and keep your information in your browser only. We pledge to not sell your information that you share with KlipTok. We may add advertisements to the site in the future to help offset cost and administration of the website and services. Because if this thing starts really running, it's going to start costing. The information stored. The focus of KlipTok is to store only the information about the clips. The clips that it has indexed. Yeah, there we go. The following data is stored about each clip: the clip ID string, the channel ID that originated the clip, the display name of the channel that originated the clip, the number of views, thumbnail, and the title assigned. If you choose to interact with the clips on the website, we store a minimal amount of information to expedite presentation. When you like a clip, we store your channel ID. When you comment on a clip, your channel ID is the numeric representation of your Twitch account, not C# Fritz. It's like 963 something. But that can be reversed to find your channel, your display name easily, but it's a couple steps down. When you comment on a clip, we store the following information: your channel ID, your display name, the text of the comment you submitted to KlipTok, which makes sense. If you're commenting on something and you want to see folks interact, I think that's kind of to be expected. Ed Charbonneau is here. Hey, Ed. Good to see you. And Ed, I'm going to need your Blazor sizing, screen sizing plugin, because I need to have this website be able to respond appropriately when it's viewed on a mobile device. So I want to size the video player appropriately. I want to size the grid appropriately and move things around the user interface. There's a whole CSS comeuppance coming, and I think I'm going to need to use your NuGet package, your Blazor sizing package. So that'll be coming around here probably in another week or two. We also store records of the channels whose clips are indexed. You have the option to opt out. We will then store only your Twitch channel ID and the intent to no longer be indexed. We do not store information about the channels that you follow and only present that data in your browser. It never touches the KlipTok-owned services. Section 2, opt out of clip indexing. Clips are indexed based on channels requested by our visitors. So you can request somebody else's channel be indexed. You may request that your clips be removed from the server using an opt-out mechanism on the profile page, and your channel's clips will no longer be indexed or presented on KlipTok. Other users may not then request your clips be, let's say, reintroduced on KlipTok. So if you say no, nobody else can go and put them back in. You may opt out of indexing through the opt-out switch on your user profile page. Right to forget. Oh, I should link user profile. Let's link that. Every time I reference the user profile page, I want to make it drop dead simple for somebody to say, oh yeah, click, go do it. Right to forget. You have a right to be forgotten by the KlipTok website. You can go to there's the user profile page and click the right to forget feature. This will remove all likes and comments that you submitted to KlipTok. The site will only retain any opt-out records you have previously created with your channel ID in order to ensure we observe your request to not index your clips in the future. Done. Did I get a lawyer? Do I need to get a lawyer solicitor to look at this stuff? I don't think so. I think this is a good faith start. If this grows, at some point I will. At some point I will. It's a good faith declaration to start. So. A GIF-bot ugly sweater. What a great idea. Next year. A GIF-bot ugly sweater. Oh my goodness. That could be kind of cool. So there we go. All right. Let me save that. So, right, I've improved the about. I have these privacy settings. I want to store these in a database table. So what I think I can do quickly is I can create, so I've got a base table repository that knows how to interact with Azure table storage. So I'm going to scroll down to the bottom here. And I'm going to start declaring public class, and this is going to be, let's call this the privacy repository. And this will inherit from base table repository for so I need need to do something like this. Let me move this to its own file. There we go. Oh, we're almost out of light mode. Thank you. I need to create a table-friendly record that'll represent those privacy settings. Oh my goodness. Time is up. Thank you. Let me call this privacy. Let's call this privacy record to differentiate it from the other. And this is a table entity, an Azure table entity, which means there's a couple properties that I need here. But before I go to that, I can turn all this nonsense off. Okay. Take me back to dark mode. Take me back to dark mode. Please. I need a button that'll do this. You know? That'll just jump through and reset to dark mode. Right? There we go. Much better. Now I can see. Alright. Change up the glasses. Back to the gunners. Okay. So, right, the privacy records, I have my privacy settings over here. Let me turn this into a new vertical group so I can see those. Move this to its own file. And I'll go over here. So, I don't think I really have. I need a partition key and I need a row key. I need a young priest and I need an old priest. No. So I need a, no. Right, I thought I needed partition key. What? What? Where is it? How did we do it over here? Right, I need, oh, there's row key and partition key. Okay. So I think when we set a channel ID, right? I think clearly the channel ID is the row key. Right, base dot row key. Base dot. So, right, when we think about Azure tables are a no SQL way to store records. It's very much a collection of data. And you have two keys on every table. You have the row key and you have the partition key. The row key is intended to be unique within a partition, and the partition is a logical group of records. I think for the purposes of this, I need to set a partition key, and I think the partition key, gosh, we could just set to whatever the last character of the channel ID is, so that they're grouped by, those channels are grouped to indicate, well, here's the folks that we're indexing, and be able to look at those appropriately. Yes, GitHub does have dark mode now out of the box, and I'm using that actually when I go to GitHub over here on screen. That's GitHub dark mode. I've turned off Dark Reader for this. I thought I turned off Dark Reader. Yeah, Dark Reader is turned off for this website. So, that looks pretty cool. I like it. So I think I'm going to update the set here, right? So, because I want these to kind of be grouped together. I'm going to say base dot partition key equals value dot, and I want to get the right substring. Can I do -1? No, it's 0 based index. Now I want one character from the end, so can I say value dot length -1 and 1 to get the length from the end? No, wait. Value is a string. Can I do this? No, I can't do that, can I? Or wait. It's in index, right? So can I do that? It's not available in C# 7.3. Wait a sec. I'm going to update my programming language that I'm using then. KlipTok services. Right, I should be able to change my language version, right? I should be able to do that to give me C# 8 features. Come on. You were under the impression that it was recommended to use datetime offset instead of datetime? That's... I don't know. Is it? I'm not familiar with that recommendation. I'm not sure who would give that recommendation. Let me know. Carrie, that's a great picture. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's a great picture. You've heard the same? Who's making this recommendation? C# use datetime offset. Is 2017 to reflect it. Datetime now includes these, all of which can be used. Datetime offset structure represents a date and time value together with an offset that indicates how much that value differs from UTC. Thus, the value always unambiguously identifies a single point in time. Datetime offset type includes all the functionality of date time, along with the time zone awareness. This makes it suitable for applications that uniquely and unambiguously identify a single point in time. Perform general date and time arithmetic. A datetime offset value isn't tied to a particular time zone, but can originate from a variety of time zones. So I don't see a recommendation here that says use it instead of. As a result, consider datetime offset as the default date and time type for application development. Okay. I can buy that. Datetime offset, but that's a struct. I need to make it nullable. So that when we do stamp it. So. Alright. right? And when I want to set it to a point in time, set it to UTC now, like that. So. Yeah, and you can jump right to Unix epoch. Good. I hate doing that calculation. Right. So, is there a date-time offset now? Static method? UTC now. Good. Well, is it a static property? Yes. Good. Alright. I haven't used it that much. I'm always stuck in date time. Okay, so partition key. I want to walk back and give me the last character off at the end of it. Predefined type is not. Well, that's a string. So, do I do 2 car array? Right. And where is it? Caret 1. Why you no like this? No. It's a practice we should use. Right. C# get last character of a string. I know there's a quick way to do this, and I thought I could just do caret 1 to get the last value. I don't want to check, and I don't want to do get the last n characters. Right. I thought I could just do caret 1. I don't want to do last check. Get the last 4 characters. Right. Substring, that's awful. No. That's awful. I thought we could just do a caret. Right? Caret array. Right? This was a C# feature that was added. I thought it was C# 8. Operator? No. C# array. Yeah, I thought you could do that. Is it the ... after it I need? Is that what I'm mixing? Really hard to find. No, doesn't like it. Rats. Yeah, the range interactions. Right? Well, that's in... that's not in English. Where's English? English UK. That one. System index. Yeah, the unary expression, right? So I should be able to do that. But it's not working. Yeah. It doesn't like doing that for pulling it off the end of a string. That's annoying. Alright. Yeah, I did change the C# language. Right. Back over here. And I need to pick up some speed here, get focused a little bit. I changed it to Lang version 8. So, because this is a C# 8 feature. So, I mean, I'll leave it at C# 8, but I'm going to have to change this to just The good old substring value.length -1 to get that last value. No big deal. But I thought there was a way to just grab that quickly. No matter. I can use link. No, that's even a little bit crazier. Doable, but no. Okay, so this is opt-in clips download, and I'm going to default that value to true. And this is going to be self opt-in, and I'm going to default that value to false, because by default, other people are going to submit your information. Now this is going to be date time offset, and this will be the opt-out. Why am I typing? Fritz, stop typing. So by default, it's nullable, so it'll be null. Date time offset. There we go. Okay. So now I have those records, and I want to be able to copy them into this. So I'm going to write a quick, do I want an operator? Let's create a static method. Public static, this is going to be privacy settings. Give me that using statement. To privacy settings. And I'm going to call this privacy record. I would really like it if I could make this a C#9 record type, but I can't because I need the interactions with row key here. Yeah. I don't think it exactly adds me enough. Why setting self opt-in to false? So I'm explicitly saying it. I know by default it's false, but I want to have it explicitly there in code, just so that it's very clear. Actually, link you can reverse the string and take the first entry, right? If I wanted to do that as link on the string, right? I can do value to car array reverse first. And that'll get you the first character on the last character on the string. So it'll also, trivia question answer, it'll also get you the string reversed by doing that. See, Fierce Kittens, I got you covered. Is there a dot last feature? Oh yeah, there is a last. So there you go. You could do that, but the substring doesn't turn it into an array or anything. It literally just goes to the last entry and grab it. So, okay. So I'm going to just write the little left-right copy method here so that I can have an easy method to get it in and out of the model format that I'm going to have on the front end, and that I'm also going to submit in to the back-end services. So I'm going to return new privacy settings, and this one, the Twitch channel ID equals record channel ID, and this is that stupid left-right. This is something AutoMapper could do for us, but no matter, right? Opt-in clips download equals record opt-in clips download. Opt-in this equals record. I mean, I'm going to write this once. I don't need to generate it every time, and it's just done. I mean, right? Self opt-in equals record self opt-in. And I need a quick conversion to go the other way. Public static privacy record from privacy settings, and this is going to be a privacy settings, and I'll call this settings, and this is a simple new privacy record, right? Channel ID equals No. Twitch channel ID. Equals settings, forgotten daytime timestamp. Opt-in clips download, yes. Settings, opt-in clips download. Opt-out equals, and if I had many of these to do, yeah, I would consider doing something with AutoMapper, but there's not that many, and it takes me all of 5 minutes to write these. That's it. Not even 5 minutes, right? Done. And it's hard-coded. It's not going to need to be generated, and make that happen. Oh, that's in .NET Standard 2.1? It is a Standard 2.0 project. So, yeah. Yep, that's a static so that I can convert and have it. I could do this as operators, right? As implicit conversion operators, right? That's definitely a thing, but it makes your code look kind of funny, right? Right, if I make this private static, is it static? No. Operator, no. Operator. Thank you. I think I have to make it implicit operator, and if I'm returning a privacy record, right, like that, and I'm receiving a privacy settings, right? Do I have that right? Must be declared static and, oh yeah, I forgot. Like that. Right? Yeah, I know. I could say return from privacy settings, and now I've got an operator that'll automatically do it for me. And I could write a similar public static implicit operator privacy settings. And this will take a privacy record. Right? Return to privacy settings record.
Oh
right.
My.
I mean, that can be done, and then I don't have to actually call these methods explicitly. It'll just do it, right? To privacy settings. Sure. We can get rid of that and make this, get rid of this and change these to, right? I can do that, right? Then this becomes, return. Come here, you. Right there. And get rid of that. Put this one over here. Right? Can do that. Sure. To each their own. So. Hey, Blazor, Mr. Magoo. Good to see you. Hello, hello. So, okay. I've got that record. Now I can go back over to... Where did my little repository class go that I was building? Where did it go? Privacy repository. This one. Privacy repository. Thank you. And this is a that returns privacy records. And I actually don't have to write anything else. Do I? I have to generate the constructor. No big deal. Right? That's it. It knows how to get and work with all the data at that point. Boom, done. Cool. I need to register that so it can be identified, can be loaded. Here. I really need to close this, so I only have... Right, so there's clip service. Builder service. Oh, wait, that's client. Wrong project. Up here in the API. There we go. Startup. Builder, services, add, scoped. Privacy repository, so that it loads up and has my privacy repository for me when I'm ready to interact with it. Which I think I actually want to put on my security functions over here. No, don't print. Not only do I want to receive the client factory, but now I want to receive the privacy repository. Privacy repository. Why don't you like this? We need those. Create and assign a field for that. So now I can create a method that will allow me to set the opt-in, opt-out states of things to persist appropriately here. And just interact with that data. So refresh tokens, these are all the security things here. I'm going to create a region. Privacy interactions. I need a get method and I need a set method. Async task I action results. Get privacy settings. Yeah. We're gonna have an HTTP trigger. It'd be really nice if I could just get a string off of. I've done this before. I can get a string off of the URL. Right, there's a route that I can parse for that. I think I did that in the what's the other function? What's the other function? The conjunction function. There it is. That's what I want to do. That right there, and it'll put it into a string for me. Right? So let's call this function name. I'm going to call this get privacy. Get privacy settings. Gee, go figure. Naming things is hard. And I'm going to call this channel ID. No. HTTP request. Okay. Give a little breathing room there. And I'm going to put a carriage return in here so it's a little bit easier to see all of that. All right. Next, I'm going to need a string, and that is the channel ID. And give me the logger, because eventually I'm going to want to interact with the logger. Yeah, naming things is just hard, but I think this makes it real easy. So what I should be able to do... var settings equals privacy repository get by row key, and what I can do here, I know the partition because I know it's the last character of the string, right? I feel like I should put that on the privacy record object. Public static string get partition for channel ID. This is going to be a stupid method, but this abstraction is going to let me put this all in one place. Get partition for channel ID value. It feels stupid doing this, but what this does now is if this logic ever changes, I have it in one place. and I can return that. I can change that. Equals privacy record. Who dat? Mr. Demon Wolf, hello, hello. Welcome in. How you doing there, my friend? Right, so now I have the partition key, so now I can do get and specify my partition key and the channel ID. Now, this could return null. It could. If settings... We'll do a little pattern matching there. No, let's do this. Return settings is null. Okay. New OK object. No, new OK result. That's what I wanted. Versus new OK object result. And I'll return settings. So that's coming out as the record, right? That's a privacy. Oh, wait. That's better. To privacy settings. So that I have a little bit of a view model there. Now, it doesn't like this. Target typed conditional expression. I knew it. Still don't like that, do you? Because they're both iAction results, I thought I'd be able to sneak that in, but I guess not. So I'm gonna have to do it this way. Okay. So now I'm getting my privacy settings and returning them. Yeah, sometimes I do go back into my code and think, why did I name it these things? I agree with you. Is that Jowl Sean? I totally agree with you. I run into that myself. Definitely a thing. Okay, so I'm getting the privacy settings. I now need to set the privacy settings if they're coming back. So let's call this set privacy settings. Right. Public async task action results. Set privacy settings. HTTP trigger authorization level. Anybody could set this. Anybody could set this. If I'm not requiring any authorization. And I'm not issuing any kind of a authorization token. Anybody could set this for anybody. Right, I'm not preventing this. I'm doing all right. Looking forward to the holidays here. Right, and I think we're going to need to look at the same thing for my clip function over here as well. For the adding of comments. Liking of clips. And getting clips to display for somebody. I'm going to need to put a little bit of a security hook on there so that you can only get the clips for you. You can only like the clips for you. I'm going to need to have some sort of a repository of that. Minimum viable. Let me hit that next. Definitely something that I'll hit on the other side of this. Oh my stars. Is that who I think it is? Is that who I think it is?
Hey, Ma!
We get some meatloaf! We want it now! The meatloaf! What's she doing? I never know what she's doing.
Hey, Mom, good to see you. That's my mom. How you doing? She's tuning in. She's got the big screen TV, the smart TV in the family room, and she's got the, I set it up, right? She said, well, I want to be able to watch your channel here. So it's got the browser on it, and it's got a bookmark right there on the toolbar, right on the bookmark bar inside the browser on the TV that takes her right to Twitch and right to this channel. Mom's watching on the big TV in the family room here. Hi, Mom. I'm a lot bigger on this TV than I am in real life. It's kind of scary. Take care, Mr. Demon Wolf. Good to see you. Let me create a record here. Need to secure interactions with KlipTok. Only the signed in user should be able to like, comment, and set privacy settings for themselves. So let's put authorize, well, get clips. Authorize get clips. Right? Authorize the like action. Yeah, look at that, it's auto. Authorize comment. Authorize set privacy settings. I'm going to leave this open for right now, but I'm going to put this on a different milestone. I'm going to put this on the next one to be done, so that it's on the list to be done. And this is an enhancement that needs to be built. So we'll get there. We'll get there. That is, yes, that is a big television. What did you redeem? The bigger the better. Oh my goodness. That's kind of scary. Okay. So I'll come through. I mean, we're not particularly released in public yet. The list of enhanced features that we want to put on this. Right, if I go to my other milestones, right, there's 19 things on here, like autoplay, count view times, filter order followed by channels, background service to load clips, that's coming. Customize the loading screen while Blazor loads, yeah, that's got to be a thing. Clean up the followers list display, social media preview cards, bling for the social single clip view page. We've got a bit of that already, but and secure the interactions. Login should return you to the page you left. So, right, just getting this loading additional clips is what I'm building now, and I'm almost done that here. So let's try and get that pushed through and completed here. Where was I? Anonymous, and I want this to be a post interaction. Route equals no, right? HTTP request REQ, and I want to receive the logger. Okay. Now, when I've done other post interactions like this one, refresh user tokens, right? I just reach into request form and pull out that information. Well, I'd like to cast whatever's been posted, right? I want to post as JSON. I want to pull it back as JSON as well. Right, I want to be able to deserialize it if it was posted as JSON. How do I do that? Right? Right, if we post JSON? Hey, DJ Vortex, good to see you. You just learned your first KlipTok. There's a KlipTok dance? What? There is? If I do read form async, it returns a form collection. No, right when you post form async, I guess that'll be alright, right? How do I convert it back into an object that was posted? Why am I blanking on this? If I do request.body, not form body, right? That gets you a stream. Well, then I can convert that stream back. Sure, let's do that. Settings equals JSON serializer deserialize async. So let's do a big old await on this, and this we want to bring back as privacy settings that will end up converting to a record. And we want to take it from the request body, right? So then I should be able to say privacy repository, add or update settings. So what I need to do now is I can do. Oh, you know what I can do? I can do that. Because I put the operator in there. Change the HTTP request parameter after the binding to be the model. I see what you're saying. Make this a privacy settings like that. And it'll deserialize and put it into that. Cool. Cast is redundant. All right, fine. Return. It needs to be a new. Okay, result. No, the HTTP request you still need so that it knows that it's a trigger that's being posted. Right. Right. Let's go look at that. C#, Azure function, HTTP trigger. Can I receive that post directly into a type? HTTP trigger into HTTP request. Customize the endpoint, blah 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 blah. Route parameters, client identities. There's claims principal. Oh dear Lord, I don't want to deal with claims principal. I really don't want to deal with claims principal. Why do I think I'm gonna have to? API key authorization. I'm going to need this. Enable service authentication authorization. Oh, I don't want to add that. 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 Yeah, the HTTP trigger tells you it's an HTTP triggered function. Well, thanks. Right. But it doesn't show receiving. It doesn't show receiving different types in any of the samples here. So it's a gap in the documentation that I'd like to see filled, and the documentation is open source. We could submit it, but I'm 2 hours in and I still haven't finished my first item here. I've got my own project I need to get through. Yeah, see, it doesn't tell you here in the documentation about casting HTTP triggers to alternate types. What do we got there? So you can receive it into some custom model like that. All right. So I'll delete this, and we'll just pull right in on that. Yeah, so there is an entry here about... Where did it go? You're not going to navigate right to it. The trigger input type is declared as either HTTP request or a custom type. If you choose HTTP request, you get full access. For a custom type, the runtime tries to parse the JSON request body to set the object properties. I'd like to see a sample right there. Show me a sample of that working. So that, yeah, Chicken Man, it's not clear, but I think this is an opportunity for somebody, if you'd like to provide some feedback, if you'd like to make this easier, right, we can add a custom payload option there. And there is, where is it? There is an edit on this page. There you go. If you want to submit a, if you'd like to submit an update to the documentation to add that. Could I please link this page URL? Chicken Man just linked it above. So let me go back over here. All right, so if that's working, that should be done right there, and be able to move on. I'm gonna have to do that authorization, and I don't want to build a full authorization API management capability, because that's just going to be so much overhead, so much more information that I need to store and I don't want to deal with. Right. This API key authorization. Included in the X function's key HTTP header, the value of the key can be any function key defined in the function or any host key. I don't want to use a host key. I want it to be anonymous, but I want to inspect who you are and only allow you to interact with those features that you are allowed to have access to. So, secure an HTTP endpoint in production. It's anonymous. I want it to be anonymous, but I want to check an authorization key. So I'm half tempted when you log in to generate an authorization hash that you're then allowed to use. So when I do refresh user token, perhaps in the tokens that I return, I also include a hash that includes your channel ID, some sort of a salt that I generate on my side, and store that token with the salt and your client ID. Now, store the salt and your Twitch channel ID in some sort of a table. It has a timestamp, and for some given amount of time, it's valid. Now you're in the mood for hash browns? I know what you mean, Young Lions. And then I can just check against the hash of that. Simple, one-way hash, SHA-256 hash, the data, just to check to make sure that it is legit, that you are, I know you're logged in, but to check that that it almost effectively a cross-site scripting authorization token. It's strictly to ensure that it's not been generated, and yeah, a bit of a jot, the giggles. You're not too keen on it because it's easily decrypted, decoded. Well, that's why I would do it as a one-way hash. right? If I do it as a one-way hash with a salt in there, I would be able to, right? And it's a unique salt per record, right? Right, you salt your hashes, right? For those of you who aren't familiar with the terms, let me go down here into an area where I can just type. I might have, right, I wouldn't put C# Fritz in as just the token that I'm going to hash, because people can take and reverse that and they know what it is. So I'm not going to put C# Fritz. I'm going to put your Twitch channel ID, and mine is 96693699 or something like that. And I would add some additional value to it. It's some sort of a GUID with some sort of a timestamp, or right, maybe I do something like, right, and I'm not going to give the complete format, right, and the GUID here, where is it? New GUID. You're not going to give me the GUID tool. Give me the GUID tool. Create GUID, right? Right. Grab some value. It doesn't matter what it is, and stuff it in there. And this is what I would hash. You don't know what the GUID is, right? It's 32 characters of nonsense. But that channel ID is buried in here, so you wouldn't be able to hit a rainbow table and reverse this. So, right, I would store this value and this value inside of my table so that I don't have that hash out there visible for everybody. And I would hash, generate some sort of value. You have that value and you can pass it back and forth. And it effectively is a authorization token. And after a certain amount of time, with no activity, I'll go and clean these up and delete them from the table. Boom, done. So, the idea being, right, a simple authorization token. You're already logged in, but we're authorizing so that you're managing those. All right? I don't have to overthink it too much. So, let me get the user interface in to manage the privacy settings, because on the flip side of set privacy settings is also, and actually I don't want to just add or update settings. I need to do a business check here. I need to do a business logic check. No, this is one that needs this one needs an authorization check. I can only modify my privacy settings. But I think there's also, we're going to get to the add clips, and that'll be over in the clip function. We'll do that number 4. Okay. So those values are pretty clear, what it's interacting with. Let me go to, not services, this service, clip service, components view model. I'm going to reach into this one. No, give me, I want my own service for this. For... right, privacy service, because this is a little bit different. And I want to return privacy settings, get privacy settings. And I need to pass in your channel ID to get those. Get the privacy settings for the user represented by the channel ID submitted. The user's unique Twitch channel ID. Okay. And I'm going to need a set privacy settings. And at some point I'll need to expand these. Privacy settings. Right. I'm going to move you to its own file. Thank you. And I'm going to implement it right here. Public class, privacy service, privacy service. Yes, I've tried ML in my programs. Check this out. Oh, come on! It took a picture of my hat, uploaded it, and was doing some logo detection on that. So. Yeah, JOT is more like a hashed set values than a private hash salt. It's not decodable. So, get privacy settings. So for this, give it a minute and we'll reach back and try and do the thing again. Right, just like I have the clip service over here, this receives an HTTP client. I need to receive an HTTP client as well. Using that and create and assign that field. I also need systemnet JSON because it's going to make my code so much easier. Down here, I'm going to say this should be an async task to do these. I need to make these return a task because they're reaching out to the server. There it is. Task, and I'll make this a task as well. Yes. Return await client. Get from JSON async. Privacy settings. And the URL we're going to be going to is wow, that's early. No matter. It's gonna be something like this. And it's, why didn't you find that? You're making me mad now. It's not get clip by slug, it is, right, get privacy settings. Ta-da! Like that. So that'll deserialize it and return it all in one shot. Where here, I'm going to do client post as JSON async. I don't even need to give it the type. I can just say the request URI we're going to is API set privacy settings. And the payload we're uploading is settings. Right. That should, yep, I can return that directly and we're done. Let me hit that hat command again. Here we go. Come on. Come on, pick up that diva hat. The machines are rebelling against me, friends. They're rebelling against me. Come on!
You can do it!
I'm gonna freak out. I'm totally gonna freak out. Friends! Do you see who's here? Do you see who's here? Hang on a second. Oh my goodness. It is so good to see you, my friend. Wait a sec. Imperial's here. How you doing? Watching me get mad at code feels just like your development window last night. I'm sorry. I get mad at code, at my own code, a lot. A lot. It's kind of a feature. It's kind of a thing we do here. Right? I do tend to, it happens. So, it comes with the territory. Yeah. So does some of those. I set up the channel points rewards on my own channel so that people could troll me. So there's things there like T-Pain voiceover mode, Darth Vader voiceover mode, Chipmunks. Yeah. right? That's a thing. So setting the privacy settings, right, with the idea here, and gosh, Imperial, you are exactly the kind of person who I would love to get feedback on what we're building here. Let me show you the user interface that we've got at this point. This is, yeah, the idea here is we're building, why did I even suggest it? Thank you, Johan. Let me start that. .NET Watch run. While that's running, I'm going to start the cloud services here. The idea is we're going to give you a TikTok-inspired interface to promote Twitch clips. I know I should know them well enough. While that's loading, right? So there's my Azure emulator. See this? I've already got it broken. Look at this. Look.
Darth Vader mode for 5 minutes. Are you kidding? And a raid! What?
Jeff Blankenberg raided my stream with 28 viewers.
Oh my goodness, Copperbeardy is here. Blankenberg, all heck is breaking loose. What? What? Oh my goodness, Mr. Smoofy, good to see you. Hello, hello. I've got 5 minutes in Darth Vader mode here. That's a thing. I know. Come on, get the picture. Nope. Nope. It's on the website, too. Hats.C#Fritz. I have a hats website. Look at this. It's my hat collection. There they are. There's all the hats. It's at the bottom. I need to put the picture up here. But it knows what this hat is. A raid within a raid. Oh my goodness. How we doing there? Welcome in, Jeff Blankenberg and friends. He's a member of the Live Coders, just like Coding Bandit, just like Copperbeardy. Oh my goodness. So good to see you all. Thank you so much. Hey, Startup Sanatana. Hello, hello. Yes, all the things. So, oh my goodness. What are you doing over there on your channel, Jeff? Let me know there in the chat. Can we get a shout out for Jeff Blankenberg? You thought the voices in your head were gone. Oh no. Oh, no, 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 no. They're back! Right? That's a thing. And it's a 404 hat because we like 404. That's a thing. Teaching about geeky tech. Oh, that's awesome. Yes. Let me go back over here and see what my error is. I have a feeling I broke something. Because I do. Oh, it's because the service wasn't up yet. Let me refresh. So, there it is. And here it is, promoting and showing all the cool clips that I've got hard-coded at this point. And now I feel shame. But we'll be able to see and come in here. How did you end up in moderator-only chat? That's not a thing. It's not moderator-only chat. No, 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 no. Unauthorized. Why am I unauthorized? Refresh. What did you do? Uh-oh. HTTP client extensions. Coding Bandit with the gift sub. Thank you so much, and we're gonna make another donation to Girls Who Code. Congratulations, Bill. Welcome in. Enjoy the emotes. That's a thing. That's totally a thing. Hat not found. It should work. It should work. Do it one more time. Get the picture. Do it. There it is. Taking the picture. It's this camera right here. And now I feel shame. You make me angry. Very, very angry. Let me log out and log back in. Let me see if that will do the thing for me here. Logging out. And log back in. Go get this stuff. I know what it is. 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 It's something stupid. Right, there's the code. They authorize the claim. Jeff Blankenberg with the resub.
Blankenberg just resubscribed for 3 months.
So here's the thing. If you're like Jeff and you use your Amazon Prime, link it to your Twitch account. That's free. You're already getting free shipping for all the holiday purchases you're doing. You get 1 subscription you can use anywhere you'd like here on Twitch. If you use it here, I'll make a donation to Girls Who Code. But wait, there's more. It didn't get the hat again. Not only will we donate those Bezos bucks to Girls Who Code, but our friends at Microsoft, look at this. Go to a different hat. Alright, Dark Repulsor, we'll do that. Our friends at Microsoft will match the Bezos bucks. Bezos bucks, Microsoft money, $10 donated to Girls Who Code. Love it. Love it! You want me to go to the Blazor hat? Is that what I saw? Blazor it is. Alright, the Blazor hat. And we're about at the end. Oh, no more Darth. Fine.
All right, blaze on. How's that? How you like that? Is that better? Let me go back to the music. There we go. Yeah, I was just moving. It's not going to pick it up. That and it was on the. It was too quick from the last. For some reason, Azure caches those pictures. I don't know why. It just does. What's this TZ here? I'm zoomed in. Is what's going on. There's that. So I need to work on that. I know what the deal is here. I've got client IDs straggling around. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to take this just off screen to make sure I have my client IDs lined up because, yeah, that's a problem. My Twitch client IDs are here, and I'm going to go over to not launch settings. You need to, when you're working with the Twitch API, you have some keys that you need to carry around and work with, and the keys, when I'm working on this on different machines, sometimes go out of sync. So, let me try to log in again. This should use the appropriate tokens this time. No. Let me restart that service and go back over here. Solution Explorer. Restart this. And this is just because I've been working on this on several different machines that have different keys. And I'm going to restart that. No matter. Skip some breakpoints. I don't care. Loading. Go back to there and here. There we go. So now if I try to log in. There we go. So, right, and we finished the comments last time, so you can click through and put comments in here. And in fact, Fairy Wings went through and logged some comments on this clip. So, the Welsh Cabogan.
The Welsh Cabogan just resubscribed for 2 months.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the 2 months of subscriptions. And we'll make another donation to Girls Who Code. Much appreciated. So that's all wired up, and right, I have a privacy policy clearly declared now, and the user profile page, very simple. I should probably shorten this so it's not just running off the end here like an unmade bed. But I'm going to put a button in here, right to forget, and whether to index clips and store those values, right? These are those settings that I want to persist for privacy reasons. Come on.
Now we know.
There it
Knowing
is.
is half the battle.
Now the AI knows. Look at that. The artificial intelligence finally picks up on what I'm wearing. With 88% certainty. Nice. Nice. All right. So, and actually, it's not in the Hat Collection website, is it? Pity. I'll need to load that. Anyways, so I need to put the buttons in here so that you can opt in and opt out appropriately, right? I've got this nice little, it's a CSS only button here. No script going on behind that. It's checking and unchecking a checkbox. But I want to put a button here, right to forget and unforget. And I also want to put date stamps of when these values were set. So that if you do want to go back and say, wait a sec, didn't I say forget me on that website? There's a timestamp of when it happened. So I think I need a button here that says forget me and a save that actually does it. So who wrote that AI code? Who wrote that AI code, Coding Bandit? Who did that? It is fantastic. We tuned it a little bit. We wrote that on screen together. Coding Bandit helped write that, and we've tuned it and gotten it narrowed down so it just captures this part of the camera, so it's really focused in on just my hat, and does all of that artificial intelligence. Really great stuff, and Coding Bandit helped with that on stream a couple months ago. So I'm gonna clean this up, and I think, is she still here? She may have wandered off. To something that I want to hear from folks like Imperial, like Fierce Kittens. While this website is going to present clips from folks, and I'm going to allow people to say, hey, go index, go look up, and my favorite streamers clips and put them here. You'll be able to opt out, and I'm making it very clear in the About page, in the privacy policy, that you can come back and say, I don't want to be on that website. Remove my content. Because I don't have a way for people to request and for me to reach out and contact a streamer and say, hey, this person wants to promote your clips. So because I don't have that interaction, I'm going to default that we're going to promote you, and you'll have the opportunity to back out later, because Twitch doesn't let us see your email address. So I don't have a way to request that interaction. But I will give you every opportunity to back out, to say I don't want to be a part of that website through this user profile page. And I'm not storing any of your information that you haven't submitted onto that. So, oh, thank you, Big Ant Rod. The production version of the site is at well, you can actually just go to KlipTok.com. And you can start interacting with there's 10 videos that I've hard-coded at this point. But once we finish the privacy preferences and the right to be forgotten, we're going to allow users to start loading clips onto the site. And I want to do that today. Thank you, Ancient Coder. I appreciate you sharing the link. So this is very early, minimum viable. I don't want to heavily promote this yet, particularly until I get that authorization piece built. So let's build this profile page. Let's get those buttons wired up so that you can opt in and opt out. And it's important to me that streamers, that broadcasters are comfortable with. We're promoting. We're going to give better promotion, better interaction of your clips than Twitch is. And you don't have to do anything to get that. We're going to help people find you, and I want to go back. I want to put follow buttons on these clips so that if you want to, hey, I really like that clip from C# Fritz, or I like that clip from Fairy Wings, there's a button that you can click here so you can follow them right away. There's even been a suggestion of, well, I want to be able to go into the comments and cheer for a clip from this service. More on that later. That's a little bit further out. We're getting there. We're getting there. We got to finish the basic features first. And in enforcing these privacy concerns for opting in and opting out is what I want to have built first before we start loading some other clips. The clips that are on there right now are clips that streamers, broadcasters have said you can test with my content.
Aztec Consulting just resubscribed for 4 months. Glad to continue support for all your hard work.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Aztec. I appreciate the support, and we're going to pay that forward to our friends at Girls Who Code, and it's going to be matched, and we're going to help them continue their efforts, continue their mission to support young ladies, women, learn about technology when they might not have that opportunity. Really great stuff. Thank you so much for that support. There's a question here from Perry. Let me take Perry's question before I start wrenching on the user interface here. Perry asks, "Hey Jeff, I just got a Telerik email with a video on control.controls property for Ajax, and it sure sounds like you're narrating. Am I still doing stuff for Telerik?" Well, there are folks that have asked me to do voiceover work, and the folks at Telerik did ask me to do some voiceover for them, and I did record some voiceover. They did all the content, all the video for that, but that is my voiceover. What can I tell you? I have a nice voice for doing these types of interactions. So let me go over to my privacy policy page there, and let's start wiring it up. Now that I have not privacy policy, I'm sorry, my profile page where you can actually make those changes to your profile. I don't want to just inject the user, but I also want to inject my privacy service, iPrivacy service, I think is what it's going to need to be, right? And I'll just call this service. It doesn't know what that is. Why don't you know what this is? Oh, Visual Studio. You sad editor who can't find what I'm looking for. Let's see, I'm gonna look for my single clip page because I have, there it is. I'm gonna put this on my imports. Imports. I have a lot of using statements that are common, right? Control F4. You won't close it? Fine, I will. Oh. So I've added another dependency, which means I also need to declare it over here. Just like I did the clip service, this is now iPrivacy service. Right? Yes. And make that privacy service available. Thank you. Should reload that automatically for me. So now, here on the profile, you should know what that is. So I'm going to add a little bit of code at the bottom here. I'm going to want a property. Yes. Privacy settings. That's going to be a model. Right? I'll just call this settings. By default, it's null. So we'll set up protected override void on initialized. I want to make this an async task so that I make it on initialized. Come on, Fritz. Async. There we go. All right. And I need to go get the settings. So that's going to be easy. Settings equals await. Why you no do this? It's just service, lowercase service. Fine. You still don't know what this is. Reload. Fine. User dot, where is it? Twitch channel ID. Your Twitch ID. There we go. Cool. You still don't know what that is. Why don't you know what that is? It should have compiled and found it. Expecting a semicolon. Where? iPrivacy service cannot be found. I just told you what that was. I just told you. It's over here in imports. It's right there. KlipTok Twitch services. Right? Right there. KlipTok client services. No! Now you know what that is. Okay. Wait, which means that I broke the other page. This one. No. Hang on. Wait a tick. Yeah. iClient. Where's the iClient service? iClip service for this. It's in the wrong place. Oh, I declared it out here. Okay. Okay. I can fix this. I can fix this. I will fix this. I'm going to move that over here so it's in the same place. And I'm going to put it into... sure, add the missing usings, but I want to move it to its own file. Okay. That one. Which now, this should be that using... I want to rename the file. Good. And tell me it rebuilt and it knows what everything is. Tell me. Those are in profile razor single. It needs to rebuild is what's going on there. Restart that. Take care, Rick. Have a good one. Yes, you too can have a voiceover for only 25,000 channel points. Oh, yes. Rats. Rats. There's my samples from last night. I gave a presentation last night to Cleveland.net because Cleveland rocks. That's a thing. Right? Now rebuild. There is a GitHub. It is not public because there's privacy concern. Not privacy. I want to minimize the attack vectors for what's going to end up being a very social website. No, still won't compile that for me. And it's on. It can't find iClip service. Where was it? Over here. I'm going to add that back over to this. That should be... Well, no, it's already there. Spotagus! Oh my goodness!
Gifted 10 subs.
10 gift subs into the channel. Wow! We're gonna make 10 donations to Girls Who Code. Congratulations to Ruiz Mari, Null Force, The Huff, Podata Pullman, P. Sebastian, Dota 2 Attitude, Cole Alt Delete. I like that. Cole Alt Delete. Fun Not Work, Darth Minos, Digital Drummer J. Congratulations. You all just got gift subs thanks to our friend Spotagus, and we're gonna make 10 donations, like I said, to Girls Who Code, and 50 other folks in chat just got emotes. Thank you so much for that generous, those generous gifts. Much appreciate. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, listen to the bits. There they are. Thank you very, very much for all of that support. I love it. And it means so much to me to pay that ahead. Johan, we need another hype train? Ooh, I don't know. Do we need another hype train? Can we do another hype train? We're close. We're close to another hype train, I think. 3 emotes to other folks in chat. Let me see. That should have... I didn't want to hit that button. I didn't want to hit that button. Reload, reconnect, and work. Come on. Right? Down to the end. Program. Typer namespace reference privacy service could not be found. That's another using statement that I'm missing. Right? Now we can get rid of this. Now that should rebuild. Now it should run. Here we go. Right? Do the thing. And we can start setting up the store privacy references. Privacy preferences, then. Refresh that page. There it is. Get me into my user profile. What do we got? 404 not found. And this is getting the privacy settings. Right, because my record doesn't exist. Actually, no, that's a 404 on the get privacy settings. Alright, hang on. Where'd it go? It is here. Get privacy settings. I think it needs to be API / I think I have I know. I think right. I need to put that.
If a tree falls in a forest and no one is around to hear it, does it make a sound?
Yes. Thank you, Johan. Appreciate those 100 bits, and we'll make another donation to Girls Who Code. I think I can just get rid of that. Is that what it is? And, right, file changes detected, and it's going to rebuild, refresh the page automatically, and we should see it come back without an error, hopefully. Nope. 404 not found. Are you kidding me? Where the heck is it going that it can't find it? Let's take a look at the network connection. Oh, well that's wrong. That's not right. / channel ID like that. That's no. Back to the code. Right? It's calling get privacy settings. It should be doing right. I thought it was /API / privacy settings. Oh, I forgot the $sign. You fool! When you do something as simple as that and you forget it. Who dat? There, Coding Bandit's still with us. Now I'm getting a 404 not found on what? Refresh the page. Hit it. Alright, I'm getting... It went to do a get on that. Yeah, Is it that it's not supposed to have? In which case, I do want the API in front. Is it because I put a route on that? No, that blew up too. 404 not found. It's not hitting my Azure function thing that's running over here. That's not getting hit at all. But if I do go back to the home page, I am loading that data. So something's happening and it's not even making that request. I mean, that sure looks like it's going to the right place. That's my Twitch channel ID. So let's go back to the Azure function up here. Function name get privacy settings. So it's public async. So it should have indexed that. So hang on. I've got a route constraint here of alpha. It should be alphanumeric. Close that one. I don't need an extra browser open. Right. ASP.NET Core route constraints. The channel ID should be alphanumeric. Take care, Zebcode. Thank you so much for joining us. Aztec, I'll pause for a second and I'll answer your question there. If I wanted you to speak at a .NET user group, who is your agent I would need to speak to? His name is Jeff. Drop me a line on Twitter, and my Twitter DMs are open. You can drop me a line, and we can try and schedule something. I'm always open to talking about speaking at user groups. Like I said, I spoke at cleveland.net last night. So, where is it? There are constraint references here. It's not just... I don't want it to be just alpha. I want it to be alphanumeric. Right? See, alpha string must consist of one or more alphabetical characters, and it doesn't. I want it to be alpha and numeric. So I think I should just take off the constraint. Right? Just take that off. Let me restart the backend service that we've built here. Debug, start. So what I should do at some point is create an email address, a couple email addresses to filter those types of things. There we go. So now let me go back and this, and I refresh this page. Didn't request it. Didn't hit it. 404 not found, and it tried to go, well, look, privacy settings / it didn't have the user there. Come on. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna have to use a trick here. So on the single clip page, I'm not injecting the user. I'm injecting local storage and getting it. Where is it? Load for user right here. No. Where is it? I'm getting the user. Right there. So let me bring that in because the user is stored in the browser. So that's, where's it? Profile. Trying to inject the user here has been problematic. It's not always reliable. So I'm going to set up this now. So I pull the user out of your browser, right? And this goes a little bit towards some of the MO in how this is built. Your Twitch information about you, your user information, is stored in your browser. It doesn't come up to my service, right? We protect that you and only you have access to that. This is going to refresh because it should refresh because it saw my file change. There it is. There's the refresh. Still an error, 404 not found. What? It went to, oh, because I took the API off it now. And I know it's indexing with API get privacy settings. So where I was floundering there, privacy service, I'm going to put the API back in on the URL, and that is the API as well. Because I see them right here. When you start the emulator, it shows you. Yes, it shows you the full URLs that it's routing to. So let me bring that up. So I should have saved that, and it should reload. Let it reload, and hopefully we'll hit it, and there it executed get privacy settings. And why not? Input does not contain any JSON tokens. Expected the input to start with a valid JSON token. What? This is on the reader as it was trying to convert something. Right, there it is, trying to get privacy settings. There's nothing in this response. Fool! I don't have it! Okay, no matter. So what do I want to do? What should I do? If you come into this page and I don't have privacy information for you yet, there's nothing stored, I should probably return the default on the API. Right, where'd it go? Get privacy settings. Yeah. If settings were null, I should return an empty right, new privacy settings. Because the privacy settings that we're declaring, it doesn't have a channel ID. It doesn't have. I could code it in there by default. The opt-in clips download is set to false. Self opt-in is set to false, and you haven't opted out, and you haven't told me to forget you. So let's put the channel ID equals the channel ID. So that way, if you save, we'll actually create the default stuff out there. Which means I need to recycle Azure, my Azure API, and debug start. Scott has a question for us here. Give me 1 second. I'm waiting for the Azure API to start. Here it comes. The source code for this project I'm not sharing because I expect this to turn into something that's going to be a full social media page interaction, and I want to protect the various attack vectors that could happen. So you can see the source in the video that I've been working through, but I'm purposely not making this source code available. Okay. Great. So it did load my settings. So I'm going to set this index of clips to my channel instead of showing that by default checked. Right. I'm going to go back over to my page. Go to my profile. So there's privacy settings. Right now I have it hard-coded to be checked. I'm going to put in here, I'm going to test and inspect settings dot well, let's put a big old if around this. If settings does not equal no, right, the simple loading page. So, all right, now I know I have settings in here. If where'd it go? Opt-in for clips download. If that is set, then we're gonna return checked. Otherwise, nothing. Otherwise, null. And it's not a comma. It should be like that. And right, there we go. Null will force it to the Blazor engine will remove the checked attribute here. So right now there's no value there. That should reload, and this should come up unchecked. You're welcome, Scott. Thanks so much for the support. There you go. It's unchecked. Good. What I really should do though is I should bind it. Right? That was actually a little bit of a hack there. I shouldn't do that, right? So if I do @bind, right? Is it bind checked? No, bind value, I think. And I'll be able to say settings dot, now the opt-in clips download. Now there's a little bit of logic to this that I need to check into. 1 second here. Alright, we're good. Just seeing a bunch of message pop up here. So on this label, when this label is clicked, I want to put in on click equals set opt-in, because let me explain. Let's make this a private void set opt-in. I want to track that you've now interacted, right? At this point, you're now setting the opt-in value, which means you now take control of the opt-in setting. So whether you opted in or opted out, when you hit save, because you clicked that button, actually, no, I don't even need to do that. I can put this in a save, right? Just put this in a save method, right? Because at this point, if you're clicking save, you're agreeing to what's on the page. So I can get rid of this here and just put a save button. Yeah. And I can also say settings dot the opt-out date time. Well, if settings if not, if you're opting out and the settings opt-out date time is not currently set, we haven't stamped that you've opted out. Yeah. And that is null. Then we want to stamp this. Date time offset UTC now. Why doesn't it like that? Okay, good. Otherwise, if settings opt-in clips download. So if you are opting in and the settings opt-out date time is not null, then I'm going to clear it. Equals null. Right, so if you're opting out, then no. Caparino asks, is there a page from Microsoft with product logos for folks who want to print t-shirts? Not Microsoft logos, but there is a .NET Foundation swag index, swag repository that has the logos on it, and it's actually on GitHub. It's not .NET presentations. If you go, I believe it's .NET/swag. Here's all the logos, including, there's Blazor. So, right, you can find the PNGs. That's awful. Give me a bigger one. Bigger one! There you go. So, you can find that github.com .NET Foundation /swag, and that'll get you the .NET Foundation logos and things. So, particularly, right, a big one folks like is the C# Save the Day. Right, and it's really big. So, but you're welcome to download those, print them out, turn them into embroidery patterns if you'd like it stitched onto a hat like I've done. They're available for you to use. Okay, so I've got this reflecting properly. I've got the beginning of my save operation for the opt-in, opt-out. The other setting in there is the right to be forgotten. So if you click the button that says forget me, I also probably should show I should probably also show, let me come back, Grognosh, let me come back to your point there in just a minute here, because you're right, but we need to be cautious there. I want to be respectful, and I'm going to do my best to be respectful here. So, if this has been set, if you have opted out, opt-out is the only time, right? If you're opted in, I don't care. You're opted in. I'm loading that data. So if you have opted out, so let's say if settings, if that does not equal null, opted out of indexing on, and I'll be able to just write settings, the opt-out date stamp, value to local time, to string. No, not Unix. No, there we go. All right. So that should format nicely if you've opted out. So if that's turned off, that should be updated appropriately. And after we're done saving, we'll want to do a state has changed to refresh those values. Okay, so right to forget. I think I want this to be a button with a confirmation that pops up that says you're asking for us to delete all likes and comments, and we're going to persist a record that indicates that you have requested to be forgotten from the system. but you are still opting. And yeah, we'll remove it also. I guess we'll remove your videos also if you say forget me. Yeah. We'll remove all of your comments, likes, and clips. So now we want to put a button, right? On click equals opt out, right? And I'll put remove my content from KlipTok, and I'm gonna make this the button dangerous, so that it's indicated that there's a thing here. I also want to make sure that that's not the primary button. Maybe I put the save button up here. Or let's do something. If I do this as, yeah, button at on click equals, there's my save method. Class equals button primary. Save my changes, right? Let's write a method here for this. Private void opt out. Settings. It's not opt out. This should be, that's the wrong term. Forget me. I want to make it clear for folks that are reading this after me that the forget me interactions being done equals date time offset UTC now. If the settings, if that does not equal null, forgotten as of, and I'll do the same formatting that I did here, right? Settings, no, forgotten, thank you. Value to local time, you fool. To local time to string. Okay. And I want to disable this actually if you've already been forgotten. Disabled equals settings dot forgotten. If that does not equal null, disabled should be true. File changes detected, reload. I want to put a little bit more space between those buttons. Right? Needs a little bit more space. Can we get a little bit more space there, friends? Still no. Why you do this? Oh, you know what if I do it as a div, is it going to give me much space? Maybe I put save my changes up here first and put the remove my content below. I'm missing the button class on, oh, thank you. Where'd it go? That's the right to forget. Oh, save changes down here. Let's move this. Right, and right. Just to make it clear that you're making a change here. That's too big. That's too big. Can I do like this? Something like that. To indicate you're making a change that's going to affect your interaction with the application. Class should be danger-text. No, I don't have danger text. Text danger, there it is. Close, close! Not div. Empty 3. Empty will generate a margin around this. That right to forget looks a little bit better. And it's way too big. H5, maybe? To make it smaller, but still indicate for the screen readers that it is a heading. There we go. That's not bad. So the idea being, I want to be able to click and say opt in, and here what I'll do is, I should be able to, come on, service, set privacy settings, and I'm going to set, and I can actually do an await on this, which means this is an async task. Come on, why don't you like that? Good. So now that's going to refresh. Margin top, that's what I was thinking. There we go. These are still... we'll fix the look here. So I should now be able to click that in and click Save My Changes. I see it running Set Privacy Settings. So that should now be remembered. So if I click away to wherever over here, and I click back into My User Profile, that should have been loaded and set properly. So I'm going to try that again. Save My Changes. Look at the network. I should see it. There's the post. Twitch channel ID 96. That's what it posted. Why didn't it interact? What are we missing? Should have hit here on this post. I should have run right into there. I see it say executed set privacy settings, but it doesn't look like. There we go. Here's my settings. What did we set? Twitch channel ID, self opt-in true. Opt-in clips download true, because I did those. So it should add or update that in this repository. That's fine. So if I look at this, and it does have a partition key, it does have a row key. So it should have gotten that record. Execute the insert or replace. Good. That worked. So let's bring up my Azure Storage Explorer so I can take a look. I could wrap the danger area for extra attention. It's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. Move that off screen. I'm going to make sure I zoom in on just the data for this service before, just to make sure I don't show things that I shouldn't. Come on. Tables. I don't have any tables named Robert. Yeah, that's a thing. There it is. So there's my row key, the partition key, and the data about my privacy interaction. So when it goes to get the data, right up here, get privacy settings, this should get my data. Just don't drop those tables. I see what you did there. So, this should find it for my partition key and channel ID. It should when I do the get of this page. So I'm just gonna hit a refresh here. There we are. Partition key is 9. Yeah. Channel ID is that. So it should find that. Settings. There it is. Found my privacy record. Good. Did I do something wrong in this settings to privacy settings? Why do I think I did? Return new privacy settings. This channel ID is that. Forgotten timestamp, right? Opt-in clips download. Opt-out date time, yeah. Self opt-in, yeah. So it should have returned that into the page. Yeah, you got bored. And the response, it didn't, right, refresh that page. So it sure looks like it got my data properly. Why isn't it? Oh, you know what? I bet you it's just not binding it properly. Yeah, it got the response back. Those are the right values. Where is it? Here. Right, I did bind value on the checkbox. I think that should probably be input checkbox. Right, and if I do that, will I get it? Will I get it loading properly? I think I have the thing messed up there. No, what did we hit? What did I do wrong here? Input checkbox requires a cascading parameter of type edit context. Ah, because it's not in a form. Fine, go back the other way. Right, I want to bind checked. Is that? Do I have that right? That can't be right. Yeah, bind dash value. Rats. Okay. Blazor bind. I want to bind to a checkbox. What am I doing wrong here? This is something Fierce Kittens was doing on her channel at one point, and I'm not getting it right. Unparsable values, format strings. No. 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 I mean, I could do the form, which feels weird. Right, I had this. I like the way I had this before. Checked equals. Right, and if it is set, then it is checked. Otherwise, it is null. And I would put an on click on this to manage those settings. Manage opt in. Right, that isn't a thing. It doesn't know. Why doesn't... Down here, and I would just write a private void manage opt in Settings dots equals not that. So that it toggles. Let it rebuild. Stack Overflow as an entry for us. Can you link the article? Profile on line 70. Here. Alright. Fine. Nope. Do that. What do we got? Input type checkbox, bind equals value, the Boolean value. Oh, see, that's... No, wait, that's... What do we have here? Checkbox on change. Oh, dear Lord, what are you doing? Bind the checkbox value to a bool value. Okay, so let's say checked at bind. See how that works. I will... Where'd it go? Here. And get rid of the on click that I added. See how that rebuilds and give it a shot? Checked is used 2 or more times in this element. What? No, it's not. It's once. Right there. No. 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 Why does it think it's been used several times there? Oh, wait a sec, wait a sec. Hang on. And put a... Yeah. The attribute checked is used by the @bind directive. Now it's loaded. Now it's set for me. So if I undo that, save my change, opted out of indexing at this time. That is correct. That is the correct local time for me. If I click away... Ah! Right there. And if I go back to my user profile, it is turned off. If I turn that on, save my changes, it removes the opt-out note. And I should be able to click out and click back. And it's still turned on. Good. All right, we got it. We got that. The remove my content. This is something that for right now, I just want to log the record. I want to save that state, and if I go back over to my Azure, right, there's my self opt-in clip, but there is no, right, the date timestamp is missing here. If I opt out, save changes, and refresh here, now it has my opt out. And if I say remove my content forgotten as of, I can see it posted. And now it has the forgotten date timestamp. So I have it doing that. I'm now forgotten, right? Forgotten as of. The only way to unforget, that sounds stupid, but the only way to unforget is to come through and edit this record. Which, for right now, I'm okay with. I don't need this to be complete. And if I refresh this page, it should load, and we should have, right, opted out of indexing, save that, and now I'm opted back in. Fantastic. For what I want for the privacy settings, done, it works. I need to at some point trigger an entry that's going to go on a queue and go remove all of your data. I need to actually have it remove that data. But I've got the privacy settings working properly now. So let's open a new tab here. So let me add all of those features. Privacy user profile page now allows management of privacy settings. Doesn't enforce the forget yet, but I know it, and we can go through and do that delete after the fact. But Grognosh had a comment earlier. I want to make sure I come back to this. If I go opt out on the website, we'll get more data. And this is why feedback from some of our other Twitch broadcaster friends is important. Yes, I do want to go opt out, so that by default, I'm assuming you want to participate in the website. I don't have a way to reach out and notify folks, hey, we're going to start indexing your clips. Clips are already public. Clips are already something out there that folks can get to, but the discovery mechanism is awful. So, we're not going to go and just start crawling all of Twitch. Folks are going to have to say, hey, I'd like to participate in Fierce Kitten's clips on KlipTok. Can you go index her clips? At that point, we'll start indexing those clips. I don't have a way to notify her, but they'll start appearing here. It's going to be up to you. I'm going to put a message here that says, please notify so-and-so that we're indexing their clips. At that point, you as the broadcaster can say, no, I don't want that over there, and you can come over and opt out, and we'll stop. So we're not explicitly opt-in, but somebody from your community has to opt you in. Somebody who knows has to opt you in. And if you don't opt in, I'm not going to go get all of your data right off the bat. I think we should go get just a small subset of your data to start. Your clip data, that is. Not anything about your channel, just your clips. They're public. Those are all publicly available and visible. So we'll bring those in and start making them available. If Twitch had made folks' email address visible to me as an API consumer, I would send an email saying, hey, I have a request from Grognosh to share your clips with the KlipTok service. Please click to acknowledge yes or no you would like these to be provided. So, if the user wants to forget, so we can definitely put a confirmed up there. We can work on that user interface in a little bit. It's not something that I don't want to drown in setting up user interface features and getting that exactly perfect. I'll put confirmation dialogues and things on there in a bit. So, okay, let me go back to the page now. So, actually, I finished both of those, right? I need to actually wire up the back office service that'll do the delete. For now, I can just sweep through every now and again and do the delete myself, because it's easy enough to do because there's so few data points. Where'd it go? Here. So I'm going to mark this as completed. And I think we can get into add clips from creator next. I think that's our next bit. I should merge what I've built there, right? No, I don't want to do that. Over here. So let's build a pull request so it merges it in and deploys. I can mark entries as deleted and actually delete them a day later. That's not bad either. Just put a queue, put an entry on a queue and have it go through and just mark them as deleted. But then I also need to make sure that my fetch doesn't include those records that are marked as deleted. So, to each their own, right? We need to figure that out, right? Privacy profile and privacy settings on profile and opt-in, right? Create that pull request. So, yep, squash and merge that. Sure, we can put all those nuts on it. So, delete the branch. Now that will deploy and it'll be out on it'll be out on the production space in about 3 minutes. Hello to you in the Czech Republic, Martin. Good to see you. Q311 got your first emote. Congratulations. Congratulations. I'm going to cancel these runs because it didn't fully deploy, and just let it do those. And we can now look at add clips from creator. Okay. Back over here. Git pull, and it's going to delete the privacy branch. Git branch, delete. It deleted the origin reference, that is. Let me put an entry out here for a new issue to delete user records when they stamp, when they issue forget me command, right? And it's an enhancement, and I'm going to put it on the enhanced features so that it's done this month. So I want to get the add clips from creator because is she still here? Hey Imperial, you still here? Would you mind if I used clips from your channel as a little bit of a test for this next section? Grab clips from the previous week and add them to the website. So let me see. Or CLW, if you don't mind, I'm just looking for a streamer friend that I know has some family-friendly content that we can share on the website. Let me know. I'm looking for an opt-in that we can use here. Okay. So the opt-in for, hey, let's add this person's clips to the site.
And then.
No and then. No and then. Thinking. If we do, where do we put it? Where do we put this on the website? So you're up here, right? Now, the following, this will turn into a filter eventually. Our friend LA Face, I loaded this one clip of her celebrating my Twitch partner, but see, it doesn't go back. It doesn't undo the filter. That's a bug. Well, that's a bug. Right. I will add that for this. Undo the followed streamer filter. I need to be able to go back to the full list of clips. So it's not a bug, it's a feature. All right, that's a thing. So where do I put the add additional folks, right? Because if I click into somebody here, like I was following AOC, no clips available, and I do have the reload all clips, and it does clear and go back. Yeah, GitHub for project management, absolutely. I think... maybe, here's Tom Warren, maybe when you click into one of these people, I have a button that says add clips. Which means then I also need to show more of your following folks. Or then I need to be able to search for specific streamers. Which actually this does. Simplicity, Jeff. Stick with simplicity. Get something shipped. Okay. I'm going to put a button here that says add clips for this streamer. That drops an entry. I like using queues for this so that it's not doing work while we're processing. So, and I'll do the same thing when we actually add folks later, right? I'll put an entry into a queue, pop the entry off the queue, go load those most recent entries, paint them on, and get them loaded up. Show 20 followers and a show more button. I think you're right? Show the first 20 and a follow, and I've got to do some CSS around this anyway. But for right now, I think I'll add just right here on the index page add clips for this person, add clips for this streamer, something like that. So let me reach into my index page. There we go. New clips available. Reload all clips. I need to inspect and see, do I have an opt-out from this streamer? That's fine. I can get that data. This is going to be iPrivacy service. Right? So after we load clips, filter channels here, right? I want to get the privacy settings for... I don't even want to get the privacy settings. I want to get whether it's opted in. Bool streamer opt in. I'll default it to true. So let me say streamer opt-in equals await privacy service. Get privacy settings, and I need to know the channel ID to fetch it for, and that's going to be the Twitch user ID, which is not C# Fritz. It's their Twitch ID, right? The 96 whatever. So that is awaitable. And I'm going to return the opt-in clips download, which, if there isn't a setting, as we saw, it'll return true. So true, and only if it's false will it come up false. So now I can... right, if we go back to load all clips... yeah, that'll be fine. We may have an issue later, but we'll figure that out. I'll take that technical debt. If streamer opt-in, href equals hash at on click equals add clips for streamer, add clips for this streamer. Let's do that. Please note, if you add clips for this streamer, we kindly request you notify them that you have added their clips to this site. We have no direct way to reach out to the broadcaster. Okay, so now I need to add this method. Oh, I can feel it. It's almost there. No. What did I do? Put that back in. Down here. Protected async task. And the user ID is... I actually don't store it here. Huh. String Twitch user ID equals string.empty. Let's store that. Twitch user ID equal... Oh, rats. That's a private, so we'll make it like this. Yes, that looks weird. Because it is weird. It shouldn't be. Oh, you know what? It's on the sidebar. The sidebar has... Can I jump into that? No. Sidebar. Can I get the value out of the sidebar? Selected Twitch ID. Oh, rats. So I do have... Where is it wiring that up? The filter channels. Is it on... Yeah, on channel filter. So it sends through that user ID. So I stash it there. So if load all clips, then I also want to say equals string empty. Forget that. 1 second. 1 o'clock. 15 minutes. Okay. We'll take care of it. It'll be all right. Let me see here. Yeah, we'll be fine. All right. Hold that thought, Caparina. Let me come back to that. So we're adding those clips. We're going to do some sort of a post for that. Let's have it go through the privacy service. Right? Because this... Right, this is adding... I've already got an opt-in for you. But I need to put you in my list of... that says you've been opted in. So I guess I'm setting privacy settings, actually. And... I want to set the privacy settings and put an entry on the queue to start the indexing. Maybe I've already got that. Right, because maybe in here, if this is opt-in and it was opt-out, or it wasn't a value before, right? If the value is changed, I can do that test here and trigger an addition. Trigger that queue that'll go do the outside work. Okay. So I can do well, I've got the... I should just get the entire privacy settings for that person and keep them in memory. But hang on, if there isn't any privacy settings, then it's going to come back by default, yes. There's two different things here. There's the opt-in and whether or not we're downloading. Right? I need to track and measure those separately. I need to track. I need to track and measure those separately. Right? No, wait. If there isn't currently a record, then we're not downloading. We're only downloading if there are records. So the presence of a record is that we're downloading. The presence of a record that is opt-in, we're downloading. It has to meet those two conditions. If there is no record, we're not downloading. If there is a record and it's opt-out, we're not downloading. Okay. So in this case, I just want to push back. I want to push back. I want to be explicit about my intention here. I think I should change this to start indexing. Let's create a method that does this. String channel ID. So you're not actually sending back any information. Start indexing the channel with the ID submitted. Right? Which means now I go over to where to go. Right. I want the actual concrete implementation, which is services, privacy service, right? And implement that. Gives me the start indexing. So I'm going to make this an async and do client I suppose I can write some new configuration settings, right? Privacy settings, new privacy settings, channel ID equals channel ID, just so I have a payload to upload, right? Oh, I need to tell it where to post to, right? So let's have this go to /API start indexing. That way it's very clear in the intent of what's happening here. So let me grab this. I'm going to go up to my security function. Function name is that. Public async task action result start indexing HTTP trigger authorization level anonymous post I hit comma M there. Route equals null, and I'm going to be posting privacy settings. Now over here I can do some of that inspection and interaction, right? Current settings equals well, I want to actually see just is the value present. Okay. Let me just we're getting ready for a snowstorm tomorrow. So, got to make sure that a couple things are winterized and set up around the house for that. So the current settings, I'm going to go into the privacy repository. I don't want to get all for partition, and I don't want to necessarily get, because, right? Oh no, get will return null. Yeah, okay. So I want to do get the same way that I did this. So there's my partition key, and it's not so much the channel ID as it's going to be settings.twitch channel ID. There we go. So I'm going to pass the partition key, the settings Twitch channel ID. So now, if current settings is null, this is the only way that we do this. Yeah, we got a snowstorm tomorrow coming through here in Philly. Hey there, Absolution 183. How's it going? I forgot to mark the current item that I'm working on. To do active 3. There we go. So if current settings is null, then activate it. Then drop the entry in there. So, yeah. Right? Privacy repository, adder update, and I'm going to purposely create a new privacy settings just to make sure that only the data that I want to put in here is in here. Settings, Twitch channel ID. It may look like a waste of a waste of processor cycles, but it will right, it'll block me from saving anything else that might have come along for the ride. And return new. Okay, result. Now, I should also, after this adder update, right, I should do place entry on queue to start indexing. So, is this the feature where they tell you they may use cookies? No. No, that's not this feature. That's not bad. Right, so now the other thing is, here it is, the queue. Is it worth creating an extension method called has partition contains key? Not yet. Not yet. Because it does the same thing. It does the same fetch, and do I have a null record there? No. Okay. Right, so I can kind of work around it right now. So I'm going to need to receive... Am I receiving configuration up here? I am, and I get... no, I'm not. I'm not. I need configuration. Right, let's make sure that that's... no. Well, okay. Sure. Okay, and I'm getting the queue client here. Configuration, table storage, blah, blah, blah. And I can then send messages across that. So let me go down here, place an entry on the queue to start indexing. So let's call this let's call this the clips index queue. I like to private const string that, and I'll call it clips index. That way I don't have this magic string floating around inside my code. We need a using statement. Do I need another using statement? Nope. Okay. So now I should be able to say queue client. Why isn't it in queue? And where did my add message? Send message. There it is. And we're going to... Yeah, await it. It should come back right away, but... the message text is going to be the channel ID. Right? Settings, Twitch channel ID. So that it knows, okay, go fire and start doing that. And the back office processing to go fetch those, keep track of what it's logged so that it can detect and find new items. That's a whole nother back-end process that we will figure out another time. Because we've got 5 minutes left, but that should take care of getting them into the hopper, as it were. Right? So let's... yeah, let's start this again. Debug, start. And back over here, it's all changed to index razor. There we go. This async lacks await operators on index razor 85. Right, I didn't do anything in here yet. We need to write this. Okay. Await. Uh-oh. Nope, there it is. It's running. Move that over here. Await privacy service. No. Privacy. No. Thank you. Start indexing and the name of the channel ID, which is Twitch user ID. Done. That'll rebuild. Let's see if it goes. Aslan, that's a fine question. Let me get to that in just a second here. Caparino, I still have your question here about privacy settings. What if a broadcaster wants to delete his clips? Now you can only the uploader can delete. If you opt in, I need to trigger the index as well. Good point. I can go back to the privacy page and do that. Let me go back there. This should have refreshed. So now if I go to somebody that I don't have indexed, like Tom Warren, why didn't that load anything? Where's my message? Right? Index razor. Load all clips. Filter channels. Right? Do I need to do a... Oh, wait a sec. Do I need to make this... so that it refreshes? Here we go. Dylan!
Dylan BT raided my stream with 10 views.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, hello. Welcome in, raiders. Let me give about 30 seconds there. I think it's going well. It's still not showing my thing here. Welcome in, raiders. My name is Jeff Fritz, and we're working on a Twitch clip discovery application that I've called KlipTok that will allow us to have social networking interactions like likes and comments and views and sharing. You can share your clips from a very socially friendly website that encourages discovery, unlike the current interactions that we have on the Twitch clip website. What are you doing over there on your stream, Dylan? Can we get a shout out for Dylan in the channel? So yeah, for some reason it's not. Am I getting the right? There it is. Get opt-in clips download false. Well, okay. Why is it default? It shouldn't be defaulting to false. Opt-in clips download. Opt-in clips download. I thought I was defaulting to true. Advent of code. Nice. Nice. There's a lot of folks that stream Advent of Code, and I like to go and do some other fun things in the month of December. And I totally endorse folks Go do Advent of Code. There's some great stuff there. I'll do different content, so that we can put more of a highlight on those folks that are doing Advent of Code. I don't need to distract from that if that's something folks are interested in watching. But Aslan asked a question here a little bit ago. Let's bring this up. What is the difference between Blazor and Blazor hosted? What exactly does hosted mean? The reference to hosted there means both of them are typically in reference to a Webassembly model. This application we're building is compiling to Webassembly. It runs using web HTTP standard technology, W3C standard WebAssembly technology. Every browser has this. But when it's hosted, Blazor hosted, that means that there's an ASP.NET Core website that is providing and delivering those WebAssembly assets. It may also provide things like secure login. It may provide some APIs, all within that same application. In this case of this application that I'm building, I'm actually statically hosting this. I'm serving an HTML file that will deliver those binaries into the browser that you end up interacting with, just like if it was JavaScript libraries. So, JavaScript never did anything wrong. That's right, it didn't. The horses out back love JavaScript. That's why you hear the horses whenever I say the word JavaScript. They have to chime in and let you know that they love JavaScript. It's an ongoing joke on the channel because of how bad I am at JavaScript. Nothing wrong with it, it's an ongoing joke. Figured you'd raid us, but in case anybody was craving a C# fix. Yeah, that's right. Nope, Frau Blucher, she doesn't have any influence here. So my default value that's coming back here is wrong. New privacy settings. Yeah, okay. So the opt-in clips download, that should be true by default. Actually, no. No. Don't do that. Don't do that here. If in the security function, if I don't have that information, then opt into the clips download is true. Because that is the default that we're defining by my privacy policy. So now if I refresh, even though you haven't actually come and opted in, we're going to, by default, be polite and give you the ability to opt out. So let's reload. And my website should reload here in a second. There we go. What does Control-KD do? Duplicates the line. There we go. So now if I take a look at Steve in Spawn, Steve hasn't opted in here, so I've got my simple note here at this point. We can format and clean up appearance later. But now if I click Add Clips, so it posted back on Start Indexing, and it included in the JSON, right, there's the Twitch channel ID. Why is opt-in clips download set to false? Oh, because I'm not passing any other information. So that should have, if I go back over here to my Azure storage, now I should have a new queue here. Did it blow up? Why don't I have my new queue? Privacy record table. So that should have gone through. Well, what did I do wrong here? Start indexing. If current settings equals null, then add or update with that Twitch channel ID. I need to say opt-in clips download equals true. Right. Cancel this. I forgot to include that. So that it will have a record. So now if I look at my repository here, and I take a look at privacy record, move you out of the way. It didn't save the record. It didn't. So something else is going on there. Let me put a breakpoint here. Let me click the start indexing feature again. So there it hit. current settings. Oh, crumbs. And now I feel shame. Come on, Fritz. That's an awaitable API. You needed to await that. What kind of storage am I using? I'm using Azure table storage. This way, and I could upgrade that later to a different storage type. But this way, it's very small, very fast. It gets replicated around the world for me with read-only state in different locations, right? Different geographies if I need it. So here, current settings, there, that's null. So now it should put the entry on the queue. So now I'll have a record here. So that'll be Steven right there, right? He did not opt in. Somebody else opted him in, me. There's the timestamp of when the record was updated, right? And if I go up here, I should have a new queue. If I refresh the list of queues. Why don't I have that queue? So, oh, there it is. Well, okay, it blew up. The specified queue does not exist. I forgot that. My bad. My bad. Queue client. Create if not exists. Async. Await that. Right. Which is right. Very, very quick. I will hardly notice. But I think we've just about got it here for now. So I'm going to delete that record I added for Steven. So Steven's the head of the Able Gamers charity organization, nonprofit organization, helping folks who have physical challenges, right? Steven's a quadriplegic, but he's won more Fall Guys games than I have. I haven't won a game yet. I think he's won 1, 2. I'm awful at that game. Just brutally bad. So I need to add some sort of indicator here that I've added that. But now if I refresh, there's the table record, and I should have the new queue. There it is, clips to index, and we should see the one record here. There it is, 169. I have his record. Fantastic. Now I'm ready to add the background service that's going to index. So I do have the ability to add users to that. I'm not going to start the indexing service now because I'm about 7 minutes over, but I've completed the things that I wanted to do today. Let me go over here. I'm going to create a new branch. Let me clean up what I've got here and be a good developer citizen and commit this into source control before we get done. So let's call this feature index new channels. And I'm going to add all of those, commit them, now adding a record to index new channels. And I will push that out to my origin on feature index new channels. So I have it saved out on GitHub so I can start walking through and writing the next set of features. I forgot to include the track. Thank you. All right. I'm feeling pretty good. I got a lot done today. We've got this all set up. And we're looking good for that next set of features, the background service. I'm going to write that offline so that it starts loading things. Yeah, and we're feeling good about how that's going to evolve. Friends, it's time for a raid. I think we need to do a raid. I think it's that time. We've had a lot of fun together here today. Let me head over to the main view and let's get ready to depart. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you tuning in. It's been a ton of fun writing code with you today, but it's time for me to call it a day. I've got some other things that I've got to do. Thank you for putting the raid call out there. Much appreciated, Ancient Coder. Let's get you connected with the Visual Studio channel because they're having an ASP.NET stand-up right now. Set up the raid. If you're a subscriber, copy the top line that the bot just wrote into the channel. If you're not a subscriber, go ahead and copy the second line. Get it onto your clipboard. Get ready. We're going to go see our friends over on Visual Studio. Imperial, I'd love to connect with you and talk about some of the streamer concerns as I move forward with KlipTok, because it's important to me to hear from streamers like you about how interactions with this website should be to ensure that everybody has a positive experience. All right, friends, get ready to say hi to the ASP.NET community stand-up for some more .NET fun over on the Visual Studio channel. I will see you on Thursday. Thursday, we're going to be working with hardware. We're going to be working with a Raspberry Pi, a touchscreen, a Synology server, and Blazor. I'll see you then. Take care.